Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
In nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. I may or may not have gotten a haircut. Joining me tonight with no hair is either of you.
I'm here.
Henry's.
Yeah, thanks.
Ouch. All right, moving right past that.
We had hair last week.
I think Green Line and I don't know if Footnote's going to join us, but Green Line may join us in a moment. Jumping right in, if you would like to support the OCA podcast, there are many amazing ways to do that. Like telling your friends how great this show is, how it makes your pee nice and big, and your heart also nice and big. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon.
Makes your pee and heart grow 3 sizes after you watch.
This one will make your wallet grow 3 sizes.
In the opposite direction.
Okay, and then there's many other ways you can do so at ocapodcast.com/support. And while you're there, you might as well head over to Tenga and get some lube. All right. So I'll be honest with you. This doc is perhaps the best prepared it has ever been for the podcast. For everything that's not in opening discussions. So bear with me. Let's start with this. Shohei Ohtani, interpreter. Shohei Ohtani is the baseball player. His interpreter has been fired after allegedly stealing millions for illegal gambling. Off to a great start with these tabs that aren't going to get any better, huh? The LA Dodgers have fired Ippei Mizuhara, the interpreter of Japanese baseball superstar Shohei Ohtani, after the ballplayer's representatives accused him of stealing millions used for illegal gambling. According to the LA Times, Shohei Ohtani's camp accused the interpreter of engaging in a massive theft of Ohtani's funds to place bets through an allegedly illegal bookmaker under federal investigation. Ohtani's lawyers made the claim after Ohtani's name surfaced in an investigation of Orange County resident Matthew Boyer. After looking into the actions of Shohei Ohtani's interpreter, Ippei Mizuhara, the Hollywood law firm discovered that the baseball star had been the victim of a massive theft and turned the matter over to the authorities. Ippei Mizuhara served as Shohei Ohtani's interpreter since his days with the LA Angels, where he won the Best Interpreter Award during the 2021 offseason. Let me ask you guys a quick question. How much do you think an interpreter for the Dodgers would make?
Probably like $1 million a year, maybe.
I'd say probably 100,000.
Okay, well, you're both wrong. His annual salary as an interpreter was reportedly between $300,000 and $500,000.
I was closer. Boom!
The Dodgers fired Mizuhara, who was still interpreting for Ohtani on Wednesday in Seoul, South Korea. Book your own flight home, bitch. All right. I wonder if he was actually drinking a Coca-Cola. That'll become relevant later. So anyway, there's also Sword News 24 wrote a little bit more on it, and I read that other article first, and then as I read this one, I'm like, wow, there's a lot more here. Like with any profession, there are certain norms that have to be abided by in an interpretation field. And one of those is don't steal millions of dollars of your client's private funds to pay off your gambling debts. Unfortunately, that's what Mizuhara has been accused of doing, and he's now reportedly been fired from his position as Ohtani's interpreter. According to multiple U.S. media outlets, Mizuhara became involved with an illegal Southern California bookmaker named Matthew Boyer. The interpreter racked up millions of dollars in gambling losses, placing bets on soccer and other sporting events, though not baseball games, he asserts, saying, quote, "I never bet on baseball. That's 100%. I knew that rule. We have a meeting about that in the spring training."
That is pretty sad that you can't bet on other sports. Like when you said the title, I thought, oh, he's betting on baseball.
Right? So I wonder if I don't know. I don't know. I was shocked about that too. That's why I'm bothering to read this article as well as the other one. So while Mizuhara's gambling losses and the identity of who he owed money to aren't in dispute, what happened next is murky. In speaking with American sports news network ESPN on Tuesday, Mizuhara said that since 2021, his gambling debt had grown to $4.5 million US. When Ohtani learned of this, Mizuhara said, quote, "Obviously he wasn't happy about it and said he would help me out to make sure I never do this again. He decided to pay it off for me." A series of wire transfers were then made to Boyer from Ohtani's bank account, totaling at least $1 million and described in the transaction documentation as loans. In the Tuesday interview, Mizuhara claimed that Ohtani himself made the transfers directly through his computer, not wanting to give the money to Mizuhara to pass off to Boyer out of concern that the interpreter might gamble it away first. However, the following day, when ESPN approached a representative for Ohtani for comments regarding Mizuhara's story, the baseball player's legal team instead refuted Mizuhara's claim that Ohtani had personally made the transfers or that he had even known about them, saying, quote, "In the course of responding to recent media inquiries, we discovered that Shohei has been the victim of a massive theft, and we are turning the matter over to the authorities." An attorney for Boyer, who is currently under federal investigation, also denied any direct contact between Ohtani and the bookmaker, saying Matthew Boyer never met, spoke with, or texted or had contact in any way with Shohei Ohtani. No glory holes at truck stops, none. Following these revelations, Mizuhara once again spoke with ESPN on Wednesday, withdrawing several of his claims, and now says that Ohtani never knew about his gambling debts nor agreed to help repay them. Damn. Don't know why you thought you'd get away with it. Mizuhara described his gambling issues as an addiction, and there's arguably some sympathy to be had for someone who, There's arguably some sympathy to be had for someone who, desperate for money and being so close to such a wealthy individual, who he also perhaps saw as a personal friend, figured it wouldn't hurt to take a little, especially if he believed he was going to be able to pay it back before anyone noticed it was missing. On the other hand, it seems like if you feel close enough to someone to pluck $1 million or more out of their bank account, you'd also feel close enough to ask. Mizuhara's annual salary was also somewhere in the range of $300,000. Okay, so this is Mizuhara, the interpreter. Yeah. So $300,000 to $500,000, as we already looked at, according to Yahoo Sports, which seems like it's well above the threshold of earning enough to be responsible for your own finances. I don't know, man. I don't know. Owing owing $4,500 is one thing, but owing, what would that be? 90 or 9 times your annual salary in debt is like 9 years worth of pay. I don't know. Seems like it is the wiser decision to just keep gambling it and hoping you get lucky. Right? Look, I just need one big score, then I'm out. Mizuhara's departure is a sudden one, as he made the trip to Seoul to interpret for Ohtani during the Dodgers season opener that took place just this week. Technically, he appears to have been employed by the Dodgers organization, as reports are that it's the team who's fired him. Okay, so they're saying technically it appears that he's employed by the Dodgers because those are the ones who fired him. Though he was clearly handpicked for the position by Ohtani himself, who will be taking over interpretation duties. Oh, who will be okay. See, you can't give me a word that could mean who will as a question and also a statement. Who will be taking over for interpretation duties for the star remains to be seen, but odds are there are going to be some new I was going to say that's the improper there. There are going to be some new protocols put in place to separate his interpreter from his bank account. All right, I got one more. Haven't read this one yet. I told you it'd be a little rough at the beginning here. One of Shohei Ohtani's endorsement deals looks pretty awkward right now. Is it loan forgiveness or something? Sorry, my computer's going super slow. Motherfuckers downplays part of its partnership with MUFG. I gotta find out what that means. Downplays part of its partnership with the baseball star following his interpreter's gambling scandal. There probably isn't a single person more widely admired and respected in all of Japan than Shohei Ohtani. What? Yeah, maybe now that Toriyama's dead. Jeez. What the fuck is that shit? Honestly, he's probably, I was reading, I think he's the best baseball player in the history since like Babe Ruth. Welcome, Green Line.
I am late.
Oh, sorry. I'm going to let you do it since I fucked it up just now. Can you add him back in?
I was eating dinner.
Was it good?
Wow. Holy fuck. This is not going to be a good show tonight. Oh my God.
What's going on?
Now the screen is back to normal. That's how long it took for it to go to the view where it's a full screen share. Okay. So there probably isn't a single person more widely admired and respected in all of Japan than Shohei Ohtani, a generational talent on the baseball field with a humble personality and clean-cut baby face looks. So I admire his baby face. It's the baby face that I admire. How about the fact that he pays off his friend's debts? That's admirable. So a generational talent who has a baby face. He's become a national hero, someone seen as an unofficial ambassador for Japan and its people to the rest of the world. That status has made Ohtani the single most desirable pitchman for Japanese companies, and his incredibly lucrative endorsement deals have been cited as a reason why he's agreed to defer a huge portion of his salary with the Los Angeles Dodgers until the end of his contract. Why? Doing so gives the team's salary cap space to sign other stars and boost the team's chances of winning a championship while Ohtani is with the club. And with the fortune he's making from endorsements, estimated to be around $40 million a year, it's not like he really needs his baseball cash right now anyway. Wow. However, one of Ohtani's endorsements is pretty awkward in light of the shocking scandal involving his longtime interpreter Ippei Mizuhara, The details are still fuzzy, but the current gist is that money was transferred from Ohtani's bank account to an illegal bookie to cover the losses he had incurred from gambling at sports. Great. I already know that part. So it feels a little weird to see Ohtani in ads like this one for one of the biggest endorsement partners, MUFG Bank. I can never stop thinking about baseball. I believe there are still so many things I have to do to get better, Ohtani says as the video opens. Then the narrator comes in with the importance of piling up one success after another. It's the same in investing. The only thing that determines tomorrow is what we do today. That's what we believe. Well, there's a cut to someone using MUFG Bank's smartphone app. Wow. Ohtani's endorsement deal with MUFG goes back a ways, and the above video is from a year ago, long before there was any hint of the scandal to come. In light of the recent revelations, though, Ohtani doesn't currently look like a model of financial responsibility. The condensed version of the scandal is that while sports gambling is legal in some parts of the U.S., it is not in California, the state in which Ohtani resides and plays. Moreover, it's illegal under U.S. federal, i.e. national, I think that means law, not lay, law, to pay gambling debts through wire transfer. Are you fucking serious, man? The wire transfers to the bookie, though, were made from Ohtani's account with Ohtani's name on the accompanying forms. Damn. Initially, Mizuhara claimed that Ohtani himself had agreed to pay off his debts and had personally processed the transfer from his computer. Ohtani's PR and legal teams have then decided. So this is all recap. I don't know if we have to read it.
It's definitely got balls to be like, oh yeah, it was him. I stole his money, but he was the one that did the money transfer. Like, you think unless they're lying, and
especially because it's illegal. Like, it's one thing to lie about it when it's like, yeah, you're like making him look so good. Like, he's such a good friend, man. He's so loyal. 4.5 million. Wow. I know it's a drop in the bucket, but still, that's awesome. I can't believe he would do that. But it's another thing when he says, yeah, that guy was harassing me, so the baseball guy whacked him for me. Like, it's just like, come in with some illegal action, even if it's helpful, So regardless of what the facts turn out to be, at the moment, Ohtani's banking situation is far from aspirational. Making things even more awkward is that Ohtani also appears in ads specifically for MUFG's bank smartphone app, bank transfer services. This seems to be hitting too close to home for MUFG. What if it would be funny if it's at MUFG is who transferred the funds, and those videos have since been removed from the bank's YouTube channel. Really? Because I'm looking right fucking at it. Like those screenshots still exist in places like here of Ohtani endorsing MUFG's smartphone app bank transfers. If you look closely at the investment video above, okay, so this is investing versus the transfer one. You can still spot a transfer button when the app is opened. It should be noted that someone of Ohtani's wealth almost certainly has his money split up into an assortment of financial institutions, and there's been no public disclosure of which bank the accountant used to pay the bookie with. The account of which bank the account was in that was used to pay the bookie with. That's, I don't know. As such, it's entirely possible that MUFG Bank is entirely unconnected to the scandal. But right now, you can transfer your money the way Shohei Ohtani does isn't a really good selling point. Anyway, so they want to keep the endorsement quiet. Wow. Okay, this is why we try not to go in blind. All right. Holy shit. Close. Japanese government to make first change to romanization spelling rule since the 1950s. Okay, so we skipped this last podcast, so I want to get through it. So long, Shibuya. If you're interested in Japan, odds are you're familiar with some of the country's more prominent prefectures, cities, and neighborhoods. In Tokyo, Shibuya is famous for its scramble crossing intersection, and cultured individuals are, of course, aware that Sorny's 24 headquarters is located in Shinjuku district. IT has been in the news a lot recently since the prefecture is the home of Ghibli Park, where real-life cat buses are about to start running. And of course, sometimes places in Japan gain awareness from the international community for less joyous reasons, like how the whole world became aware of Fukushima, following the earthquake and tsunami that took place in March 11, 2011. You might think my spelling seems a little strange, but let me reassure you that I'm not drinking on the job, at least not this time. I'm just following the official guidelines. No. What? They've changed it to this? Why would you title it So Long Shibuya if Shibuya is the one that you're not using anymore?
Lame.
I'm just following the official guidelines designated by the Cabinet of Japan for how to Romanize or render using the Latin alphabet Japanese words. If you'd prefer, and I definitely would, the names of those places could also be written as Shibuya, Shinjuku, Aichi, and Fukushima. But the official stance from the Cabinet of Japan is that they should be Shibuya, Shinjuku, IT, and Fukushima. That's how the cabinet has felt about it since 1954 anyway, although it looks as if it's finally changed its mind, as the Japanese government is now planning to change its official romanization policy for the first time in 70 years. Let's be honest, the document containing the data spreadsheet of how to pronounce everything in Japan, they lost the floppy disk, and here we are. Let's take a quick look into the history of romanization in Japan. Written language developed in Japan long before the country had contact with Western civilizations, formed of a mixture of kanji characters taken from the Chinese language and an indigenous phonetic script called kana. Once Japan entered the global community, though, a system had to be developed to convert those kanji and kana into the Latin alphabet, both for the benefit of outsiders wishing to document knowledge about Japan and for the country to present itself to the world. Different individuals and organizations independently developed different systems, and in the 1950s, the Cabinet of Japan declared that the Kunrei romanization system should be, quote, used in general when writing Japanese in the Latin alphabet. However, the Kunrei system is pretty unintuitive as a pronunciation guide, which is a major drawback considering that the whole point of romanizing a language is to allow people who can't read the original language script to know how the word is said. The roots of the problem stem from the structural organization of Japanese. In Japanese, almost every consonant has to be followed by a vowel, and these syllabic building blocks of the language get conceptually arranged in lines of their 5 variations. For example, here are the K and N lines of the Japanese language. So, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, na, ni, nu, ne, no, right? Scroll. Holy shit, this is so fucking painful. Oh my God. By funding the podcast, you ensure that I have more days to go over things so there aren't 389 tabs still open. God damn it! Scroll! It's like the ice level in Mario. Like, fucking hell. Okay, we're going to use the arrow keys. There we go. I can't tell if it's working or not. Yes. All right, here we go. But there are certain consonant-vowel combinations that exist in English and other Latin alphabet languages that don't exist in Japanese. For example, there's no C sound in Japanese. The closest sound that Japan has is shi, which is why many Japanese people studying English pronounce C like she and city like shitty. Yes, if you watch City Hunter and you hear them say it in English, it's shitty hunter. Like, where things start to get murky for romanizing, though, is that the she sound, written in Japanese as she, still gets grouped into the S line of Japanese pronounceable syllables, and in the spot where you'd otherwise expect a C sound to go. So, sa, shi, su, se, so. So if you wanted to keep the romanization consistent between all consonant lines, you could make an argument that she should be romanized as C. You could also argue that the she sound isn't quite as hard or harsh as the stereotypical English she if you're looking for a justification for C and the romanization of she. But again, oh my God, move! The problem here is that rendering she as C would give us words like Shibuya, Shinkansen, and Sushi, none of which match the proper pronunciations. All of them contain a distinct she consonant vowel blend when properly pronounced. And if saying Shibuya is unnaturally overemphasizing, it's at least got all the correct necessary sounds, while Shibuya doesn't. The same goes for the number of other substitutes like chi, taking the spot of t in the T line, and fu, where you'd otherwise expect who. So, sa, shi, su, se, so, ta, chi, tsu, te, to, and then ha, he, fu, hey, ho.
Hey ho.
Hey ho. This more intuitive romanizing system with aichi instead of it and sushi instead of sushi conforms with what's called the Hepburn romanization system. Now, after 70 years of the cabinet saying, please use the Kunrei system, a subcommittee of the Council for Cultural Affairs has announced that it plans to change the government's romanization recommendation to follow the Hepburn system from now on. I wonder if senpai is part of the Hepburn or Kunrei system, because you'll notice sometimes it's written SEMPAI instead of SENPAI. Same thing with Shimbun. The Japanese word for newspaper is Shinbun, but for some reason it's often written Shimbun. The irony is that this change isn't so much a case of government policy dictating romanization, but of common practice bending government policy to comply with what many people have already been doing. In the 70 years since the cabinet's Kunrei recommendation, the Hepburn system has instead become the much more widely used format and is far more prevalent in English language signage and documents within Japan. Kunrei romanization are almost never seen or used outside of Japan either, to the extent that a foreign organization or scholar using spelling such as IT prefix would almost immediately have their credentials questioned. So I think it's kind of interesting because it shows how the government, this is, the free market sort of, like, people use the system that works. That's the one that becomes popular. It gets adopted widely, right? Government comes in and says, no, use this one. It's better. We demand you use this one. And so after 7 decades, it seems the Japanese government is finally willing to admit that they went the wrong direction with their official romanization recommendation. I can only imagine it's because Kunrei sounds like Japanese and was probably invented by a Japanese person, whereas Hepburn clearly wasn't. By changing to the Hepburn system, the government hopes to avoid potential problems stemming from spelling discrepancies between local and national organization documents, which can cause problems in passport processing. The switch to Hepburn romanization will also mean that public elementary school teachers who are currently encouraged to teach their students to romanize using the Kunrei system can instead focus on the more natural Hepburn format. Any thoughts?
I think that this is just a case of the government saying we were wrong. They tried to get them to follow. Yeah, I agree that the other system was probably like Japanese made. They liked the pattern of the fact that all of the kana followed the same pattern, but it just didn't work, and it would lead to problems. So,
the funny thing about Japanese is that they have all sorts of shit that just like isn't clear. Like for example, the symbol here for ha is used as wa in Japanese when you're speaking, and you use this as your connecting word. They call them a particle. Like the word the or of or whatever is called an article in English. In Japan, for some reason, they have this thing they call particles. So boku wa otoko desu would be I, boku, right? And then wa is am, and then otoko would be a man, right? So I am a man, right? But it uses the symbol for ha instead of wa. And I, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's because originally it was pronounced as ha. And if you watch some samurai films, you kind of hear that pronunciation. But it slowly started to get pronounced as wa, but people still write it with ha. So Japan is strange with all this stuff. I did see. Good.
I think that there is a somewhat of a valid argument in that they're already, the sounds in Japanese are already not a 1-for-1 for that could be expressed in a Roman alphabet, like with Rari Ro, whatever, Rari Ru Re Ro, being it's actually like a mix between R and L.
Ra and La. Yeah.
Rari,
it's like a rolling L.
Yeah.
Or a rolling R, yeah.
And so if you have to understand that already, then what's one more thing that you got to understand? Oh, well, actually it's spelt SI, but it's pronounced she, right? Or it's spelt TI, but it's pronounced she. So I can see the argument. Like, we already have unperfect things. Why not just make it simpler? It's less letters. One less letter per sign, you know?
Yeah.
But I think you do have to try and, well, I think it's better to try and get as close to what an actual person reading it would pronounce it as. I think that's better.
So Sephi Akubi says, oh dear Lord. Okay, good. It came up. The difference between using N and M is what consonants follow. I usually spell with N. I think in here it means N. But if it follows with an M, B, or P consonant, then I pronounce it with M. So again, senpai versus senpai, or shinbun versus shimbun. And this is an example of what Sephi's talking about, because in the word shinbun, you use the n twice. Once, so it's shi, n, bu, n. So you're using n twice. But when romanized, oftentimes they'll write it shimbun, even though it's the same letter. So they use an M for the first one and an N for the second one. Sephi continued to go on and say, usually I speak enough Japanese that it comes natural when I pronounce it with the M sound, even if I think of the spelling as N. Yeah, I'll be honest. I've gotten tripped up by it, like because the pronunciation is closer. Like I'm overemphasizing the N sound. I think in senpai and shinbun versus how a native Japanese person would say it. Sephi expanded on my point and said the ha particle for wa and the he particle, which is this one, for e. I don't get why, but it's what I've been taught. Yeah. I forget. Can you remind me what I know? What is the context of when you use the he particle? I know. I want to say it's entering, but it's not, because that would be ni instead, I believe. And then
when you misunderstand someone,
when you tell a bad joke, What I don't understand is people's names use the O particle, not to be confused with the O vowel, as part of people's names, like Tetsuo Kurata. No fucking way. Why? Why? Is that true? Tetsuo. Oh my god, why? Why would you do that to yourself? Because then if you put your name as Tetsuo, well, I guess you don't really use the O particle after a person's name, right? Because that like connects to a verb usually, like this doing that or whatever. So I don't think you would have a person's name and then O like sequentially ending up right after it in a sentence where you double it up. That's right, location. That's what it was. That's where you use the he particle. Thank you. Anyway, I think it's very strange. But it's, I mean, I guess the government has only just now officially decided, fine, we'll do it your way, right? Anyway, who's got pickups?
I have pickups. Sorry about that. It was muted. Okay. Forgot about it. Give me 1 second though. Can you stall?
Yeah, sure. I can do mine first if you want. So, I've gone to Book Off twice in the last week. Since Wednesday. Since Wednesday. I went yesterday and today. So, let's see. My wife just picked up Dragon Age 2 for the PS3, which she'll probably play on the TV back here that you guys can't see, except through the profile of it in the reflection there. And then Dragon Age Inquisition for the PS4. And then I picked up. I guess I'll show you. Well, those are from today's trip. I will sort these then that way. Let's just. It'll make sense why I'm doing it this way. Okay, so let's put that here, that there, not there. Cool. All right, so I picked up the Uncharted collection for PS4, Uncharted 4, and Uncharted Lesbian Legacy. And then I also picked up a box set for the ADV set for Air, which ADV box sets have stood the test of time. The thin packs not so much, but like these early ones have like a really high grade gloss paper that, like, I mean, they take a beating and they don't look damaged at all. So anyway, got that. Happy about that. All right. I picked up Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain because I was just talking about Damon's work in it. Dead Space, which has been fucking amazing. The UI, like, everything about it is just like freaking incredible. The only thing that I don't care for is the combat, and the only reason why is because it's just better in Callisto Protocol. Everything else is just as good. Graphics are a little bit less good. Again, that's the PS5 like remake one, which I think was also on PS4. So naturally, though, they're not going to have, the high quality scans of all the people to the degree of Callisto Protocol. But other than that, I'm digging it. Like the horror aspect is much better presented than in Callisto, which is all jump scares and everything. At Footnum's suggestion and my boner for Ayn Rand, I picked up BioShock the Collection, which has the first 3 games, or maybe is that all of them? It has BioShock, BioShock Infinite, and BioShock 2. So I'm guessing that's all of them. I don't know. In addition, I picked up, this is what I had to sort around, Resident Evil 2 Remake for PlayStation 4. Resident Evil 3 Remake for PlayStation 4. Resident Evil 4 Remake for PlayStation 5. Resident Evil 5 for PS4, and Resident Evil 7 for PS4. So, if any of these PS4 games have come out for PS5, let me know. Also, I did confirm that Resident Evil 6 came out for PS4. What about, is there a remake of the first game? Or do I have to play the GameCube remake? Which I have. Let me know. Anyway, that's it for me. Oh, no, it's not. I also picked up The Nazis and the Occult.
What?
Why? I just have, well, my wife needed me to find a book for my kids' schooling. And while I was looking and not finding theirs, I found this. And I opened it to the page on the Spear of Longinus, which is the spear that was stabbed into Jesus while he was on the cross. And so I'm just like, yeah, fuck. I guess if this is real, like, because I knew that there was like there's a lot of stuff about Nazis and the occult where they were like, you know, trying to get to the moon and doing all sorts of weird stuff. And I thought half of them were fake, and they probably, I don't know. I just thought, well, I'm interested to find out what they thought they were going to do with the Spear of Destiny from Constantine, right? Which is where I think that got popularized as a cult thing. Anyway,
the whole
that's
Nazis at the center of the Earth thing, and they go to the North and South Pole to go into the hole to get into the center of the Earth. That theory is pretty fun.
Yeah, I don't know that. I wonder, would you have to? Would it be easier to get to the center of the Earth in the South Pole than just inland somewhere? Do you think?
Well, the whole theory is that the South Pole there is an open hole to the center of the Earth, and because the sphere of the planet is pulled outward, because of the rotation, the force of the rotation, they were saying that the crust is thinner at the poles because it's getting stretched.
So my theory was that if you were to try to drill a hole in, let's say, Middle America or something, you've got tectonic plates all around you. But if you were to drill a hole where you're just drilling through ice, the level of hardness is probably less bad, right? Like ice is going to be, it's only going to get so hard if it's just mostly ice all the way down.
Okay, first of all, ice, sure, you could drill through it, but you have to deal with the cold, so that's a problem. And then secondly, Antarctica.
I mean, the drill's probably pretty hot.
Sure, but then Antarctica is actually, there's land there. There's ground. Yeah, it's a whole fucking.
But my thoughts are that you wouldn't create a tectonic shift that would matter in Antarctica versus doing it outside of New York or something. You get what I'm saying? Like if drilling down to the center of the Earth caused a tectonic shift, it could have catastrophic effects to the nearest city, right? But if you do it in Antarctica, oh no, the penguins! You know, like just a bunch of panicked penguins. It's like it's that canonically now in Mario Party when they have the penguin stampede that pushes you off. That's what's really happening. The Nazis struck a chord. I
mean, depending on how big of a hole you want to drill, I don't think there are mines and shit that are huge. I don't know if they're a kilometer wide but they're fucking huge, right? And they don't cause tectonic shifts. So I think you're safe on that bet, no matter where you're going.
So last question before we wrap up my pickups. So you were talking about how the rotation of the Earth causes and this is the theory, bulge. Right? Is that it splits? Yeah, it causes the bulge, which makes the crust at the South and North Pole thinner.
Yeah.
Right. Is that how they explain the fucking hexagon on Jupiter or whatever at the pole?
I don't know.
The polygon doesn't quite think correctly here. Anyway,
I didn't know there was a hexagon on Jupiter.
You haven't seen that? I'll pull it up. Go ahead, Green Line.
All right.
Before Green Line goes, hold on 1 sec.
Okay.
Nuxie answers AC's question. Resident Evil Origins for PS4 has 0 and remake of 1.
Oh, but they're just ports. That's all right. I mean, as long as I can play it. So jump to my screen real quick, since I pulled it up. Oh, it's Saturn, not Jupiter. It's Saturn's hexagon.
Wow, I didn't even get it right.
No, you're right.
I've never.
That's Jupiter. So there's one on Jupiter. The one on Saturn, though, like you see the top of the planet has like here. Let's see what Quora has to say. The Legend of Quora. For fuck's sake. Go ahead, Green Line.
All right, after like a century. See, my beard grew while you were talking.
Oh shit.
Giving Matt Walsh a run for his money.
Right. I picked up the Wind Charmer, so this is 3 out of the 4 that I need for the Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
Oh, okay.
She's got I think she has Ribbon of Rebirth, which is a Yu-Gi-Oh card around her, so I think, but I'm not 100% sure. I thought the staff was kind of interesting if I can get it in the fucking frame. Like a dragon or a winged beast of some sort.
It kind of looks like
the webcam is really shitty, so you can't really make out really important details.
System.
But where is it? There it is. There's a bunny in her pocket, a little stuffed bunny thing, which I just noticed while waiting for you guys. I was like, oh, I didn't realize I was there.
See, there was value in it.
Yeah, so that's my one pickup compared to your 30, but
all from this weekend.
Yeah, actually, it was from. I got this I had this Wednesday, but I was
I meant mine were off from the weekend, but yes, yeah, because I got these yesterday and today
from Book Off.
I went to 2 different book offs. By the way, the one I was just at, Richard Epcar is going to be.
No, I saw. Are you going to go?
Doing a signing on the 6th. What day is that? Is that a Saturday?
Yes, it's a Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
The clip's
I wasn't
8th,
go.
Which is
I wasn't planning on it, but maybe we'll see.
You should get a Jigen thing and get it signed.
I guess I do probably because I got my entire Lupin collection still outside of the storage unit. So yeah, I guess I could. I've also got. I might have JoJo. Might have that out. I'm not, the one he's in though, probably not. I don't know. I don't want to get him in part 4. Like, why would I want him to sign it for the one where he babysits that kid, right?
Where he's 90 years old.
Yeah. All right. Anyway,
you can pull out get Ghostly Shell 2. That'd be the one I would do it.
Yeah, if I could find it. I think I have it because I bought the Blu-ray after I moved. I don't remember. It's crazy to think that we have done more podcasts with me in California than in Arizona. That's weird to me. I don't like that.
You're no. Oh.
Yeah. So old man says. First of all, let me address Nexi. Oh dear Lord. There we go. Resident Evil Origins for PS4 has 0 and a remake of 1. I will be getting that because I just thought my son and I'm playing Dead Space. My son is watching, and when I'm done with that, I'm probably gonna go back to Resident Evil. And if I can just do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that would be swell. Then I can be done with it. Kick the habit, right? Even if they're just ports, that's cool. Enriv says, I believe the GameCube remake was remastered PS4 as bundled Resident Evil. Cool, that's got to be the one he's talking about. That's great, because I have the GameCube one, but I don't want to hook up the GameCube, So getting it for PS4 makes that easy. Old Man says, Resident Evil 2 is a lot of fun. People said Resident Evil 3 remake was too short, but I liked it. I just want to experience it, That's kind of all I really care about. So anyway, let us read. The hexagon-shaped feature at the North Pole of Jupiter is a persistent cloud pattern in the planet's atmosphere It's created by a jet stream of air flowing around the pole at high speeds, creating a stable and geometrically regular pattern. The phenomenon is not fully understood, but it's thought to be related to the planet's fast rotation and complex atmospheric dynamics. Could also be that when NASA was hoodwinking everybody, their model of Jupiter came out of the lathe with a weird groove on it, and so they had to lie. They had to stick with the lie from then on. Who knows? I'm sure the book about the Nazis will tell me. All right. So into Discord pickups. Reese, you picked up the Holy Grail.
Yeah.
It got delivered to you early.
I like how the day before Randy had his shit posted. I just got charged for Berserk. I was like, I did too. But I got mine the next day. I also picked up the Archer Link and the Champions amiibo from Breath of the Wild.
You have a problem.
I do.
I like how you turned the black.
Yeah, or Bosa. It should actually be turned like maybe like 15 degrees, a little bit more, but the front of it is with her to her back to you.
Okay.
So she's supposed to be looking over her shoulder at you.
Well, seems racist.
Yeah. No, she's looking over her shoulder, giving you the bedroom eyes.
All right, you've awoken me. God damn it.
To play Breath of the Wild?
No, to show you. Let me just put it this way. I have many tabs currently open that I'm just looking for a way to close. And you have just given me a way to get 3 of them out of here. So in the Sweet Baby Ink stuff that has to do with, like all the Gamergate 2 stuff, somebody asked a very important question. What would a right-wing game look like? And somebody answered, and it's hilarious, and I'm looking for the answer. Which fucking tab is that in? God knows. Here, this one. Nice. All right. All right, I got him. Don't worry.
Okay. Meanwhile, it looks like Mega Mug picked up Gundam Seed. I think I can make that out.
Yeah. Good. Gundam Seed and Rosario Vampire.
Yeah.
School Rumble.
School Rumble. This
Nice.
Rosario Vampire looks like the limited ?
Looks like a box set of some kind.
Yeah. Looks
Okay.
Looks kind of like the.
All right. Here you go,
I
Reese.
have to look at it and zoom in.
I will. Okay, there we go. Whew. What do conservative dorks think right-wing gaming would look like? Everything they love was made by people they hate, and they aren't coping well. Ocarina of Time is literally about a blonde, blue-eyed Aryan saving Europe from a long-nosed man from the desert.
Yeah, forget the fact that he just kidnapped the princess.
The Temple of Time is literally a Christian church, the only place that wasn't corrupted by Ganon's evil. Also, all the races have their own ethnostate and government.
Mm-hmm.
And lastly, Link is canonically Christian. Link is shown praying to Jesus in the official guide for the Japanese version of Legend of Zelda, A Link to the Past.
Nice.
There you go. I found a way to incorporate that into the doc.
Good job. Proud of you.
Thank you, Reese, for your contribution by making the long-nosed girl from the desert face away from the camera. Thank you for inspiring my coverage of how this is a right-wing game. All right. So back to this. Yeah, Rosario Vampire. What is it? Something 2?
Season 2 had the limited edition DVD box set for both parts.
Nice. School Rumble 2 as well. FDD&M can't be bothered to unpack what you sent him. No. My Dress Up Darling. ReZero. Is that season 2? Yep.
Zero.
Sailor Moon. Space Brothers 0. Hajime no Ippo, the Blu-ray. That's great. We could do a watch club for that now.
Does Sailor Moon not have a slipcover?
Yeah, it doesn't have a slipcover. That's season 1.
Boo!
I offered to try the Patreon exclusive tip, but he's like, nah. But he's gonna have to do that with ReZero and Dress Up Darling, and apparently.
Loser. Honey and Clover and Honey and Clover 2, Wicked City, Go Nagai World, Goku Midnight Eye. Is this the anime?
Yeah.
Wow, it's so painterly. It almost looks like a photo. Spy Family Season 1 Part 1, Bleach.
4 movies.
Is that 4 films? 4-film collection? Pokemon Mewtwo Strikes Back, Pokemon Seekers of the Jungle, Tweenie Witches, Girls in Panzer, DOS Finale 1 and 2, Watch Club. When? Ajin, the OVAs, Tada Never Falls in Love, and Paprika 4K. Disc made in Denmark. That's what it says on the back of mine. What did you put in Goku?
Pokemon card. I went to Pizza Ranch and they had one of those like vending machines for Pokemon cards for like 50 cents. So I was waiting for my dad to get out of the can. So I was like, yeah, whatever. I got 2 quarters.
I've been sitting on some Pokemon for the longest time that were still in packaging that I was thinking I'd open on stream, but then never did. Oh. Wow, I can't even see my camera. That's fucking wonderful. What's up with that? Oh my god. Can you guys see me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking at you.
Oh. Let me just take a screenshot.
Fresh new haircut.
Oh, okay. Now it's god damn it. Screenshot fucked it up. So my daughter eventually just randomly opened it, so I don't get to give you that. But for Halloween, you instead of candy, you can buy a pack of Pokemon cards that are just like individual booster packs that only have 3 cards, and so they're like Halloween themed. And you got like the Jack-o'-lantern Pikachu here for a Haunter.
I was given an entire like stack of these.
I've probably got the complete collection from the amount. My kids opened all of them. My wife bought a box for us to give away, and then an additional box for the kids to just fucking go ham with.
Yeah.
So they're all over the fucking house. Anyway, Lance wants to know if Goku liked what you put inside him. Probably got a paper cut. Nice. So what is this?
This is a stand for the Switch. It's basically what I'm using right now.
Looks like the shittiest stand I've ever seen. Like, damn.
It actually feels really high quality.
How are you supposed to defeat the world or any other stand for that matter? I mean, that just looks fucking terrible.
That's going in the thumbnail. So. And then Lance got the Shirahoshi Gold Edition with foil-lined titties.
Yeah, nice.
Also,
they're not gonna lie to you. I honestly looked at those colors and I thought it was a save edition at first. Like at first glance on my phone, you'll forgive me, but like,
I can see it. Lance also picked up a Power Boost and a Spirit Bomb.
Energy drinks.
Couldn't have called it a Zenkai Boost. Come on, guys. Oh.
For Lance.
Well, enjoy watching him get Alucarded in the ass. Random 11 picked up Batman Beyond.
And Superman.
and Superman the Complete Animated Series. I just was trying to work out an insult. Didn't come to me fast enough. All right, there we go. OCA podcast 252. Wow. I did it.
Right on the hour, too.
Nice. Right, exactly. Okay. While Japan begins to reject ESG investments, the Pokemon Company International posts job listing for Director of DEI and Social Responsibility. Now, I got to tell you, I'm not a huge fan of Pokemon. I liked the show growing up. I never really liked the games. It honestly got so irritating. My brother was so obsessed with it that eventually I got the game because it was less irritating to at least know what he's talking about when he's trying to talk to me 24/7 about Pokemon that I gave zero shits about. And so I played a few of them, and then I just do not really care for the game, which is ironic if you think about it, that the anime collector doesn't like collecting Pokemon, right? But my wife has played the games religiously, and she is not a fan of the newest one where all the women are dudes, right? The wokeification where all the characters look like all the men are effeminate and all the women are linebackers. Anyway, so in sadly confirming that the heralds behind the beloved video game franchise are not among the many Japanese individuals who have found themselves rejecting environmental, social, and governance-based investment sensibilities, a newly posted job listing has revealed that the Pokemon Company International is now seeking a new director of diversity, equity, and inclusion and social responsibility. Pal World is it's Pal World's year, So the first thing that the investor or the diversity, equity, inclusion officer and social responsibility person says is well, look, one thing is for certain. We can't add slavery to the games. Pal World across the street. Suckers! Per the listing itself, the eventual hire for the position will be tasked with facilitating and promoting the Pokemon Company International global culture of innovation, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And now you can get a Pikachu scarf with a communist fist and a BLM hat. This role will partner with the diversity, equity, inclusion, and social responsibility team to build diversity, equity, and inclusion. Wow. And so I can't believe it. Why would they be doing that? Social responsibility initiatives and programs to influence employee engagement, talent acquisition, talent management, charitable community engagement, and marketplace opportunities across our global team to engage and retain talent and foster relationships in local and global communities. Further explained TPCI. Yeah, that's what I said. TPCI. Making the most of their corporate speak dictionary. This role will ensure that the core elements of the Pokemon Company International culture are well defined and ever present to employees, highlighting engagement as an essential component to support a positive, diverse, inclusive, innovative, and high-achieving environment. This position will report to the Vice President and Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, lead the DEISR team, and will partner with stakeholders across the organization and operate as an internal business consultant. In addition to these standard position, honestly, I just gotta say, I was thinking about in The Office, how much Michael Scott hates Toby, the HR guy. Imagine if they were still making that show and he had to wrestle with the DEI officer too. Holy shit, that could be funny. In addition to these standard position duties, the eventual hire will also find themselves responsible for driving alignment of DEI goals with business strategy for both internal employees, external fans, and the communities we serve. In other words, making sure that DEI remains a focus of not just the Pokemon Company International's own operations, but their approach to interacting with players and fans. Admittedly, and unfortunately, such a position is not uncommon in the modern corporate landscape. It's not even the first such position within the Pokemon Company International, as evidenced by the job listing specifications that the desired director would be reporting to the company's overall Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer. However, what makes this particular listing newsworthy is the fact that, given how it was ostensibly posted with some level of approval from the Pokemon Company proper, it indicates that those in charge of the franchise, as noted above, have yet to join Japanese investors in chasing ESG-related funding sources, many, if not all of which, put the concept of DEI at the center of their application requirements. As reported by Bloomberg, based on information from research firm Morningstar, investors pulled a total of 660 billion yen, or $4.5 billion US dollars, from the funds last year, a total which amounted to more than 4 times the outflows of 150 billion yen in 2022. The outflow of capital from ESG funds has hammered the industry's growth, they added, according to a Morningstar report. There are no new ESG products launched between October and December of last year. The next proper Pokemon title set for release, Pokemon Legends Z to A, is currently set to release for the Nintendo Switch sometime in 2025. It's so sad to buy games that my wife is allowed to play, but my kids aren't. You know, like she plays it and like she's like, no, the kids can't play this. No, it's trash. Oh my god, I want to die. It's so awful, right?
Sounds too weird out playing it.
Yeah. So Godshard Chronicles has 9 more days to go. That's it. That's the news. Cool. Moving on. All right. A Dragon Ball theme park bigger than Tokyo Disneyland has been announced with eerily specific timing, but not for Japan.
Eerily.
Yeah. One might say it's serendipitous.
One
might even say that there was an assassination in order to drive up the value. Dragon Ball theme park will be built in a different part of the world from where the global anime/manga hit was born. It's been an emotional month for Dragon Ball fans. What with the recent news the series creator Akira Toriyama has passed away, many members of the global anime/manga community still haven't fully dried their tears. But now comes a sign of how Toriyama's work lives on and will continue to excite and inspire with the announcement of a Dragon Ball theme park. What would you call Dragon Ball theme park? When your very concept is a succinctly phrased dream for millions of people all over the world, there's no need to be coy in picking a name. And so the developers are calling it just that, Dragon Ball theme park. Really? Really? You couldn't even call it Dragon Ball Land? Dragon Ball World? Now, when an anime or video game related theme park gets announced, it raises the question, how big is it going to be? Ghibli Park, despite being spread out in patches over a wide area of a pre-existing park in Aichi Prefecture, can be covered in a couple of hours, as can Sanrio Puro Land in Tokyo, and Super Nintendo World is actually a subsection of Universal Studios Japan in Osaka. Dragon Ball theme park, though, is being planned as a massive, full-scale park with an area of over 500,000, that's a weird way to write that, square miles. Do they mean 50,000 or 500,000? It makes a difference. That converts to 123 acres, which would make Dragon Ball theme park even bigger than Tokyo Disneyland at 115 acres. All right, you guys ready for this video?
Ready.
Maybe I should read this part first. I mean, they kind of give it away. They kind of give it away. If you're thinking finding that much buildable land in Japan and near a city that'll provide the travel infrastructure for what's intended to be an international tourism draw is going to be difficult, that's not an issue the park will have to deal with, because the Dragon Ball theme park isn't being built in Japan. It's being built in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, fine.
That just means when the podcast goes there, my wife won't be joining us.
Right.
A wish has been granted.
I trust the video is playing because I keep
calling adventurers from across the globe.
One of you guys will have to
after the discovery of Dragon Balls with wish-granting powers.
To experience an unprecedented, immersive entertainment destination.
Holy shit. You can let me know when it ends, because it has to start again.
Here, fantasy and thrills collide. Play a part in the epic sagas, coming to Saudi Arabia, in the first city built for play.
There, it's done.
All right. Well, I'd ask you what you thought, but I didn't see it, so I don't know.
That was weird.
It didn't even. I know, right? Like it's
the narrator just sounded so not excited.
You know, I'm actually kind of amazed. Really, I never really thought about it before, but the way Saudi Arabia, or more specifically, you know, like the full white like robe with like the I'm going to use it for a pic later headdress like thing that they've got going on there, it strikes me as almost like a communistic way of living, right? Like the way that they are portrayed in, you see like in media, popular media, when they wear those outfits, they come across as like ultra conservative, but to the level of you're not allowed to like capitalism. You know what I mean? Like you cannot wear fancy clothes. Get back in hijab. You know, like it almost comes across like the hardcore commie like competition for who can despise capitalism the most, right? So when you see the trailer, which I watched it like a couple days ago, but I've already forgotten kind of what it showed. It's just weird. Like I never really thought that the Middle Easterners would be allowed to have fun. You know, like it's just a little strange. Good for them. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just saying like culture shock. Anyway, so specifically it's being built in Qiddiya, a tourism resort district in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia's capital. And no, this is not to be confused with the Six Flags Qiddiya amusement park. That's also in development. Dragon Ball Park is a separate project that definitely didn't get pulled out of their ass as soon as Toyama died. Who this is? Who jumped back in? Why did I hear the noise like you guys jumped in the call? But everybody's been here. Am I in the call? That's the question. Okay, you're moving again. All right. Fuck, man. The announcement posted to the Japanese language official Dragon Ball website promises over 30 attractions. Okay, let me ask you. Holy shit. If you were going to make a Dragon Ball theme park, what things must be there that you're like, you'd be fucking stupid not to have it? What's the first thing that comes to mind?
A reenactment of Villain exploding.
Snake Way, of course. Right?
No, you're wrong. I mean, now, in context, it might be good to make one. Although, 3 weeks ago.
I want a reenactment of Krillin exploding 3 times daily.
I just
what are you
like
gonna do on Snake
what is
Way?
in
Just walk along it, like.
No, like it could be like a tram that goes around the park that has like a moving walkway.
I guess.
Or something like that. But I'm just thinking, I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking, wow, Capsule Corp. The fuck do you do in there though? The world's biggest gift shop.
Probably.
Wow, can I wish for anything I want? Like from Shenron over here? Oh joy, Dragon Ball Super makes an appearance. What the fuck is in there though? They've also got, I could have sworn there was like a bigger map that showed like Kami's Lookout. Did I already pass it? Here. So you've got Kami's Lookout safely on the ground. And then you've got the other lookout that I don't even remember what that is. Oh, is this the Red Ribbon Castle thing?
Yeah, it looks like it.
That is, right? And then you've got Kame House. Oh, you got the World Martial Arts Tournament, like, okay. I still don't like, what am I guess you go here and you watch people perform the Chinese, like, live play thing. You know, like the stage play thing.
I can't believe they didn't put Kami's Lookout above Korin's house. Like, that just seems...
Yeah. It just seems like a waste.
Yeah.
It also seems actually like I wouldn't want to be in either of those.
Yeah.
So they've like built an entire
hold
like
on.
Saiyan saga.
No, hold on. They haven't built anything. This is all CG.
Thank you. This is all they are planning to build an entire section of the rock formations that Goku and Vegeta fight at in the Saiyan saga. Is there a part where I get to go to Namek and step all over the blue grass? Dear Lord, why? Okay. So it's going to have 30 attractions, including 5 groundbreaking rides. The wording is slightly different on the English official Kidia site, which says Dragon Ball Theme Park will have more than 30 themed rides, including 5 groundbreaking attractions. One thing they agree on, though, is that there's going to be a roller coaster that goes through a gigantic 70-meter or 229.7 foot tall statue of wish-granting dragon Shenron. No way! That stands in the middle of the park. The middle of the park? What? You can't even decide. Did the layout change dramatically? Or is there just a bunch of shit behind it you can't see from this angle?
Well, that's still the horizontally middle of the park.
I'm trying to figure out what this other stuff is. The goal for the park is to give you the feeling of being a character inside the anime's world as you enjoy adventures together with Goku and the rest of the series cast. I like the idea. You know how they have like Not Scary Farm? Like where it's just Knott's Berry Farm, but like a bunch of people come in and dress up as like psycho clowns and stuff to scare you. I like the idea of Saudi Arabia doing that, where you get to go into the Dragon Ball themed town and Imperfect Cell like hunts you to suck out your life force.
Imagine they just randomly had like an area where there's like clothes just on the floor.
Yes,
like,
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
clothes. Yeah,
like sucked out clothes. Yeah, but it's all hijabs.
Oh, no.
And you're like, this is scandalous.
And then there's another area with just candy or chocolate or whatever the hell it is that Boo turns people into.
Mm.
And Snake Way, you can just run along a infinite track.
Thank you. See, Green Line
go
agrees.
nowhere.
The goal for the park is to give you the feeling of being a character inside the anime's world as you enjoy adventures together with Goku and the rest of the series cast. No attractions aside from the Shenron coaster have been discussed, but many people in the preview video, seem to be wearing augmented reality goggles / headsets. Well, do they look like Scouters at least? Wow. Truly incredible. I haven't been this cucked in a long time on the podcast. Spectacular. On second thought, don't even ask it to play. It's just making slower. And it looks like some sort of Kamehameha training session that take place at Master Roshi's Kame House and what looks like maybe a motion theater inside the Capsule Corp headquarters. Yes. While it is the Dragon Ball Z that's had the biggest pop cultural impact. Okay. I mean, while it's Dragon Ball Z that's had the biggest pop culture impact, the park's planners say that all parts of the franchise, from the original unaccoutred Dragon Ball all the way up to the currently seized Dragon Ball Super, will be represented. Well, so GT, right? Like GT? Some of the concept artwork also shows what appears to be the martial arts temple where the World Martial Arts Tournament is held. Definitely. In another slight discrepancy between the Japanese and English announcements, the Dragon Ball official site says the park will, quote, provide an environment in which you can immerse yourself in the world of Dragon Ball all day long. While Kadia's English site says build and share long-lasting memories with your family and friends where one day is not enough. They both essentially agree that you'll need somewhere to sleep, though. And so the developers say there will be multiple themed hotels on site. I like the idea that when you finish the Shenron ride and you're leaving, you know, like how they have like the part where you sometimes will like, they'll have like, oh, look at the hilarious photo of me. Oh yeah, I could get that printed on keychains. They're like, yeah, but let's get the most comfortable panties. like you go on the ride and you have the option to get your wish granted, which is Oolong's wish, where he gets the most comfortable panties. There's no mention of any sort of projected
comfortable panties.
Where did I say that? No, I said I do want this. I want to ride the ride and be given a fresh pair of fluffy white panties on the way out.
Yeah, I think everyone wants that, right?
Yeah. Who's arguing against it? There's no mention of any sort of projected timetable as to when Dragon Ball Theme Park will open. Between its scale and the amount of custom cosmetic theming for its rides, buildings, and staff costumes, most likely it's going to be a wait of at least a couple years. But with Dragon Ball having stayed consistently popular for 4 decades, odds are, whether the park is ready to start welcoming guests, they'll be lined up at the gates. Dude, I want to know how much it's going to cost and how much we have to earn from our audience so that we can go. Because this seems like the perfect IRL meetup place for the podcast.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
now you can count me out. Thank you.
You can have
is that your resignation?
You can have the Laughing Man logo over your face for all of the videos. Don't worry.
It's not even about that.
I'll have my commissioned eyeball with Goku hair added.
I don't think I would like to go to Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
You know, when I was at the the last time I was in Atlanta in January, I got picked up by an Uber driver one time to like we were dropping off the rental car, and so I went with my coworker because he didn't want to go by himself. It was kind of a sketch neighborhood, and so we got picked up by this Uber driver, and he was really talkative. And then weirdly, in the middle of the conversation, he just starts talking about the time he went to a whorehouse in Saudi Arabia. I'm just saying, Random 11, if you don't want to get some poontang, high-end, pick any woman you want from the lineup poontang, then maybe you shouldn't come with us to Dragon Ball, where all your wishes come true.
I feel like there are closer locations than Saudi Arabia to get that experience if I wanted it.
Yes. Okay, we're going to Vegas. You heard him.
Vegas, baby.
All right. I'm
want to
trying,
read comments for
I'm
a bit?
trying. Can you please click on some because they're not popping on screen for me.
Alright, we're gonna pull this up here. That around.
We covered that one.
Yep. Old man bought a hard copy of Zelda Breath of the Wild strategy guide. It's 516 pages. It's a big book.
Why would you buy something you can get on the internet for free?
Because of the picture.
Who are you talking to, Reese?
Old man highly recommends School Rumble. It's a great comedy series.
Yeah, seen it. Also, like, buy physical bitches. Does that mean nothing to you, Reese?
Yeah, Reese. Come on.
Just the idea of the strategy guide is like all the strategies are on the internet.
Clownfish did a recent video on Nintendo copyright striking old videos with Pokemon in them. I did not see that.
I'll have to watch that and find out if I'm at risk when I put out my Detective Pikachu first impressions.
They theorized that Nintendo is trying to enforce their copyright more strongly because of Palworld. Possible. Or it's just Nintendo being Nintendo. They're like notorious for striking everything. Usually it's in the run up to a new video game coming out, and they do have the although it's not coming out soon, but they did just announce the Z to A thing or whatever the fuck. So like, and that was a because it's X and Y. It's like they've been putting a lot of like retro style videos on their YouTube channel, so that's probably getting added to the like auto copyright flag stuff. So that might be why it's like hitting old.
This is not
videos.
looking good for my connection. Is he sounding like that for everybody?
He sounds fine to me.
Oh fuck! I'm just gonna bookmark some tabs and close them real quick. Particularly the ones I have for work.
Saudi Arabia, the princes of Saudi Arabia do have a lot of money, yes. Mostly from oil, I would think, yes. Yeah, the idea of Snake Way would be cool. There you go. EC agrees with you.
E. Castro, thank you. You can come in Randy's place.
They included Karen's little courtyard too. That's interesting.
Karen.
Karen?
Karen? Did you say Karen?
I mean, it's spelt Karen.
That's what I thought he said too. Corin?
I think he means Corin, but
Corrin.
It's not how. I don't know. That's not how it's spelled.
Rin.
This is spelled Karin. Isn't what's the name of Krillin's like girlfriend? Wasn't that
Marin?
That's his daughter.
No, that is his girlfriend as well. Is Marin the girlfriend he had?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Things I did not pay attention to. Okay. Anyway, I question if they got.
I wonder if she's
rights
even
to
in the
make this theme
manga.
park. See, I think that they might have actually killed him. to get the rights to that theme park.
Hmm.
Saudi Arabia has so much oil money.
Random 11, keeper of Nazi to the center of the earth and Toriyama conspiracy theories.
I'm gonna have to get a tinfoil hat add-on for this.
You don't have one?
No, I'll work on it.
He means for his VTuber persona.
Saudi Arabia.
I seriously cannot drag the stupid tabs out of this window so I can bookmark them.
Saudi Arabia has so much oil money that they give away money to their citizens. They also give their money away to random e-thoughts on Instagram. But, I mean, they have to go there and, perform for them, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I see what you're saying. He's talking about the Instagram thoughts who get flown around to Dubai on a weekly basis because, it's not her to stick it in an Instagram
thought. Of their son and shit with camels watching or something. I don't know. I've heard some crazy stories.
Wow.
Yeah.
Tell me more about these long-nosed desert dwellers and their camels.
I swear we've even covered some of it on the podcast.
You know what camels also have? Toes.
Not that kind of camel. The Citizens Account program in Saudi Arabia is a cash transfer program that started in December 2017. As of March 2021, the program has officially paid out over 400 million pounds, Great British pounds, from Wiki, apparently. Okay. Canada has a government program where they pay back their citizens from the carbon tax. It has been not appreciated. It's just making everything else cost more. So I don't know how effective a government payback system would be. But
what we're going to do? We're going to tax you twice as much, but don't worry, we're going to give you 5% back.
Yeah. The original is Karen, but the U.S. dubbed it Karen. Spelled it the same twice.
So he's saying Karen, but in English they pronounce it Corin.
Oh, Corin. Okay.
Thanks, anime interpreter.
There we go. We got it. We got an updated comment.
Could I
Okay,
get
so yeah.
500,000 a year to be that interpreter, so we can go to Saudi Arabia.
Corin is the cat, right?
Yes.
We all agree that Corin is the cat.
Tower.
The big white cat makes the senzu beans.
All right. Jordan Avant says, hi, everyone. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Well, he says, hey. I read it wrong. Sorry. Anyway, that is all the comments up until now.
All right. I have closed a grand total of 0 tabs because that is how well it is responding to my actions right now.
Nice.
That's awesome. I guess I can try to just open some new tabs.
That sounds like a great plan. What could go wrong?
Let's find out. Dear Lord.
Sefi Hakibi says, I wonder if I'd turn out okay if I did a story about the park. Wasn't sure if they like journos. Well, I mean, I think as long as you're not a single woman in a bikini, I think they're probably okay with it. Unless there is some corruption that you want to... Like, if the murder plot did happen, you might not want to cover that.
So what can you tell me about the plot to kill Akira Toriyama to open this park?
Yeah, brush that one under the rug while you're there.
All right. Back to this. Holy shit. Grisaia Phantom Trigger TV anime scheduled to premiere in 2024. Did I or did I not make this a reality with a Kickstarter that never gave me my rewards?
Thanks, Anime Collector.
Phantom Trigger, which continues the story of Mihama Academy from the Fruit of Grisaia, was released on Windows and Steam for 9 chapters from 2017 to 2022. The series had previously released as 6-episode OVAs with theatrical screens and Blu-ray releases. The newest TV anime project was announced in February 2022. Main voice cast members from the OVA series are confirmed to reprise their roles, including Maya Uchida as Rena, Ayane Sakura as Toka. Who cares? Skipping reading the rest of that to find out. A stage play. Fuck, man. None of this is important. Just tell me if I'm getting cut. All right. I don't know. I can't remember. All right. The Unwanted Undead Adventure anime unveils a new visual. That's not right.
That the first article wasn't right. You skipped a bunch. We are doing them out of order.
Fucking kill me. How? Where did that even come from? Way down here. How? All right, we're gonna start over. Oh my god.
Oh, man says I heard the Chippewa tribe got $25,000 from Canada for each member of the tribe. That was many years ago, so I don't know if the program is still going. Maybe, but they also stole the land, so that one makes sense. Although I heard that there's a number of tribes that are like refusing the money from the governments. I don't know if that's specifically the one in Canada, because it's like, well, no, fuck you. We don't want your money. You took our land. You're not giving our land back. So then the money's just sitting there in a big giant bank account, gaining interest in case eventually one of the tribe leaders wants to take it. I don't know if that's the one that you're talking about or if that's a different tribe or whatever, but I've heard that.
You're out of this space. Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna leave for a second. Good one, Seffi. I'll be right back. If only I could fucking leave. Holy shit. Ah!
Where the hell is the dub from the stretch goal? From Godshard Chronicles? I don't know what or from Grisaia, I guess. I don't know. Grisaia Phantom Trigger did a Blu-ray Kickstarter and then reached the stretch goal for English dub. Yeah, I'm not too sure. We'll ask again when AC gets back. He may know. If he can get his computer sorted out. I had a few family members who went up to Canada. As long as they could prove they had a family in Chippewa tribe, they received a check for $25,000. I mean, that's a pretty good deal. Although, again, lack of land is a tough thing. Also, not to get like too up on this, but like Canada's pretty shit on letting the tribes have good clean water. So I know there's a big stink about like the government wanting to not have to pay for a water treatment plant, and then because no one wants to sit there and service it. It's big whole deal. Maybe that's worth $25,000 a year. I don't know. Yeah, read that one. I've seen a trailer for Parasyte Gray. It's Korean live action. Yes, that is on the docket to talk about if AC gets back and his browser can get unfucked. I should give him my Be Right Back video. He can use it for the AFK excuse. Well, we are still here at least.
Yeah, and we matter. Sometimes.
Sometimes. I thought I skipped a comment. I think I got everything. Yeah. When I read this comment, I thought it reminded me that I was looking at the dub of um, the new X-Men 96 or 97 show and all the different voice actors for it. So they brought back a number of the original voice actors from the show that happened in 90, like started in 92. So it's referred to as X-Men 92, but X-Men the animated series, right? Um, but a number of them got recast to different roles. Like some of them I understand, although I disagree with it. But like Jubilee was recast because she's not Asian. Like okay, I understand why they would do that. But then Jean Grey got recast as some. I think she's the president or some government person now, and they hired Jennifer Haley. Jennifer Vale. Yeah, Jennifer Hale, I think. Yeah. And I mean, she sounds okay, but like, what you literally have the actor that played the original character. I'm confused.
Somebody else. No,
as to why you did this. So while I was looking through that, I found that a number or one of the characters was the English voice for Piccolo. And I was like, well, that's odd. This is not Christopher Sabat. Oh, and it was specifically for Dragon Ball Super. And I'm like, well, that's odd because, this is not Christopher Sabat. I'm confused. And so I went to behindthevoiceactors.com or whatever, and I was looking at Dragon Ball Super, the voice list for it. And I noticed that a number of characters have other voices, like other English voices.
For Super, because they didn't Bang Zoom do a dub for it before Funimation? Because Funimation took fucking forever. And if I remember correctly, somebody, who was it? I want to say it was like Asia or something, got the rights to.
So it is out there.
Wanted a dub, and so there's a Bang Zoom dub.
Oh, okay.
With LA people.
It's like I know sometimes that the Asian Pacific, the English speaking Asian Pacific area does do their own dubs, but in the past, like I think they did a Dragon Ball Z dub, but they used like people from not Indonesia, the Philippines, I think, or somewhere like that to voice it. So they all have like that kind of, like an accent, right? Or they're not as experienced as Western voice actors.
Yeah, Cardcaptor Sakura. I'm currently suffering through it. It's so bad. It is so bad. It is like it's the prime example I'm going to use. It's like if anybody thinks modern dubs are bad, it's just the voices are just so terrible. Oh, nobody can voice act. It's like, have you heard of these Asian dubs that are just like, no, you haven't. Fuck off. Like
the dubs are terrible.
Yeah, like it's just like, no, stop. Fuck. Holy shit.
But yeah, so this wasn't that. This was like Western actors and like
they actually got
popular Western actors, right?
LA, yeah.
Yeah.
I would have laughed if they got Kylie Bear back. Go on though. They didn't, but I would have laughed if they did.
So yeah, that I just randomly stumbled upon that. I did not know there was another dub of Super out there. I guess they didn't dub the whole thing. I guess they stopped at a certain point because there was like other characters that didn't have a second English voice. I don't know, but I thought it might have been that the dub got deleted, like the Ocean dub of Kai, right? Because the Ocean group dubbed Kai, and then I don't know. Apparently, that dub went in a vault and never came out. But if Asian Pacific wanted the Bang Zoom dub, then that might make sense. It'd be interesting to hear it. I don't know if there's any copies of it floating around.
I'm not sure you could find it.
Enriff says, oh yeah, Bang Zoom did a English dub for Super for some reason. I believe it was for Cartoon Network in other regions. Yeah. Shame about Kai Ocean dub. Kirby Mario was Goku in that, I believe. Ah, that sucks. If he came back for that and it never came out, it's too bad. Although I think he was like probably the least Goku, but a shame. Like as an actor, it would just you get a role and you get paid for it, and that's cool, right? But then if it goes in a vault and you never get to see it again, that's gonna sting a little bit. Like you worked on this thing, you're proud of it, and you're like, can someone actually see it so I can get some like recognition for it? That's what's happening with the Warner Brothers movies, right? Like the um, Wile E. Coyote like courtroom
Acme
show
versus
or whatever.
Riley Cody.
Yeah, and Batgirl, I guess. But I mean, Batgirl they said was bad, so I can understand why they want to shelve it. But the Acme versus Coyote thing, everyone seems to say it's good that's seen it. So then it's like, okay, so we made a thing, and everyone says it's good, but you're not going to put it out, and no one's going to get to see the good thing that I made. Like that's kind of shit. I hope someone breaks into the vault of wherever the fuck it is and releases the Kai Ocean dub. HC should do a version of Gura's Chato Mate video that plays while she's away. Scott McNeil. Yeah, no, not Scott McNeil, but we covered that. The Viz version of DBS in India. Oh, India, okay. Isn't some anime dubbed with British voice actors? So there ends up being an English dub with American actors and English dub with British actors. Sometimes. I believe the Kai, from my understanding, the Ocean dub Kai, or sorry, the Ocean Group Kai dub was made for the British market, and then it got shelved, and then they ended up getting the Funimation dub anyway. I think that's what I heard, if I remember correctly. Do you remember wanting to do a more accurate Dragon Ball dub? I wonder if it's possible to get an English language license for a country like Guyana, or maybe the Marshall Islands. A very limited, restricted license. I mean, anything's possible, but generally the like you would have to wonder if the license that Funimation has is like global license, right? And then you got to fight them over getting a sub like narrow niche license, and then they would also probably like limit your ability to sell it online, and so I doubt that would happen. If you got a lot of money, maybe if you went to Saudi Arabia and got some of that money, you could try and convince them. Oh yeah. Old man says I may be thinking of animation in general though about the British actors. Yeah, I think it would depend on the cartoon. I know. What is it? Bluey, the fucking dog show. They changed it. I don't know if they redubbed it or if they just edited it and they had like the actors do substitute lines, but like I heard that even though it's dubbed in Australia, they use some slang that isn't, I guess, the best appropriate slang to use here. So they have the different versions for North America, even though it's already in English. So I could see them doing the same thing for British and even like Irish and Scottish and that kind of stuff. I guess it depends on how much they want to spend on re-recording things.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I think that's it for the comments now.
Yeah, I was just looking, and apparently Wendy Lee did Bulma.
In the Super Bang Zoom dub?
Yeah.
True.
Which is interesting.
AC says he's kicked out, locked out, restarting his computer, and he says feel free to go through some articles. And then he says he hopes he'll be back by theater news. All right. I don't know, Reese, you want to share your screen and
oh, I gotta do it now, man.
Man,
he's gotta get rid of all his porn tabs and
I gotta stop playing Zelda. What was the last one we did?
The Dragon Ball one. So we're on Parasyte.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, he joined on his phone. We got phone AC.
My apologies. It is not my preferred means of interacting. Apparently, the strokes don't get any better on phone. Okay. Have you guys done any articles while I was away?
I was just about to go over to
fuckers. Yes, please go over the.
Randy just read your message just now.
Okay, yeah, please go over the Parasyte one real quick. Oh, look at that! I entered.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the document.
Don't worry, I got it right here. Just kick me out. Okay. Kill me.
Having technical difficulties.
Yeah, so I tried to go to StreamYard.com/upload while you were opening that, but instead it pulled me right into the call, and I'm like, well, fuck it. And then as soon as I couldn't pull myself out, it loads the StreamYard.com/upload. So just go ahead and go to the Parasyte article.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
Move tab window.
Remember at the beginning of the podcast when you're like, "Oh, this is the most like refined doc we got."
This is gonna be so good.
Fixed it, huh?
All right. I got present. All right. So, Parasyte: The Gray live-action series shares a new main trailer and key visual. So, there's that.
So if you look at the picture here at the top, well, actually, it's not even the picture at the top that's the problem. Although the monster on the left side looks like a bad, like, CGI mess. If you look at the poster, the poster is pretty egregious.
Yeah. Like, her face is not attached to this body at all.
Yeah, and his face,
I think the guy's face, yeah.
Like, they've taken the concept of highlighting the face so your eye goes there a little too strong.
It looks
Oh
like
my
it's pasted
God, it's-
on the poster
Okay.
above the Migi, whatever the fuck it is. The face tentacles.
The face hugger.
Like 44 minutes to upload my upload. What'd you do?
All right.
I'm just trying to do this and
Here, do you need me to give you this? Would that make your life better?
yeah, I don't know where the Dishonored box is.
I'll just put it in there for now. After you get your brother to reset the router.
Oh, I have to.
After. No, you can do that first. I'm at 5% upload. It says 46 minutes left. I just want to get it uploaded so that I can clear my cache. So anyway, yeah, the Parasyte thing looks ridiculous. Look at the freaking wrench in his hand. Everything about it is uncanny. Like it was constructed with a bunch of different photos.
That
his
wrench
head
looks
is-
like a cartoon. Jesus.
It just looks weird. Like everything I had said about that one solid image of her with the weird lighting that looked like it was almost CG, that kind of made the CG not look as weird. Now I take everything back for this fucking poster. She looks like she's got bacon coming off of her face.
Well, I mean, it is a poster, and like, you know, the video is gonna look different. Obviously, they have to do the effects on the poster separate from what the video is gonna look like.
And the studios that do posters are usually so they literally just get the concept art and fucking make something up, which is how they sometimes look like this.
Yeah,
I worked on they're called poster bids. So basically, companies will come together and they will submit something to try to get the contract to be paid to do the real poster. And we did that. Connection lost. That must mean that the internet got reset. Cool. I was doing poster bids for Wrath of the Titans, and that was a chore. And we set something up, and it was one of those things where like nobody in the studio had any sleep, and we submitted that thing, being so fucking proud of it. And then when I came into work the next day after my first night of sleep, I'm like, "How did the meeting go?" And they're like, "We got laughed out of the studio."
Oh no!
And I was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Look, man, it's not your fault. All of us thought it looked great, but once it was up on the projector, we're like, oh no!" Like. It was one of those things where you draw something that looks so fucking good in the particular lighting you're in when you're dead exhausted, and then you wake up and the sun's shining in your room and you look at it and you're like, that can never be shown to anyone. All right, the internet is now kicked in. I am now getting 19 kilobytes per second instead of 4.5.
Nice. Join the big boys.
It was 4.5 megabytes before. Because now it says it's going to take 4 hours to upload.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, 44 minutes. Hold on. It's kicking into high gear. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so the movie poster just looks ridiculous. Let's move on to the next thing.
So, Disney Plus to stream nearly all Macross anime worldwide in 2024.
I'm sorry, did you skip something? No, I skipped something. Okay, cool. Yes, Disney Plus. Yes, Disney Plus to stream near all of Macross.
So this is basically saying it's not going to Disney Plus in the States, it's going to Hulu.
This is also a way of saying that where once you were upset with Harmony Gold holding stuff for ransom, now it has transferred its malice over to Disney.
So this is the uncut, like, we're good Macross?
As opposed to Robotech, yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Heavily breathing in their mic.
Sorry, I'm sick. Okay, I'm getting over a cold. Fuck. Like,
I can't wait till you get to hear what that sounded like.
I'm sure it sounded wonderful. Okay.
I'm half masked because of it.
Whoa.
All right, there, Reese.
Who died?
My voice was
Darth
that.
Vader fetish over here. Okay, so let's move past. Let's move past that.
So when is it coming to Disney Plus?
Macross is.
Jesus.
Holy shit, man! Try not to finish over there. All right.
Just says in 2024.
Yeah, just
Okay.
sometime this year.
Can you pull up the next article?
2 long-lost Astro Boy episodes have been restored and are airing in Japan.
Boy, I opened these in a very different order than I should have. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're good now.
So, episodes 125, Search for Bacteria, and 127, Experimental Robot, were 2 of 3 missing parts of the original show of 1963 to 66 run, produced by Mushi Productions, later Tezuka Productions. So episode 139, Adam Stolen, is still missing. But the 125 and 127, recovery of 125 and 127 will surely inspire some hope that one day the long-lost counterpart can be found and similarly restored.
Are those missing from the Right Stuff No Zomin box set?
I would probably imagine. Let's find out.
Because I wonder if it's just the masters are missing, so you couldn't get a Blu-ray or higher, or if it's like nobody's seen them outside of Japan.
So there's that one. Let's see. Category type home entertainment. Box 1, box 2. That goes to 52. Oh, what Nozomi Right Stuff, they only released the first 52 episodes of it, so we wouldn't have. This is so far out of stuff we never got anyway.
So as soon as they find episode 139, Discotheque will get it, yeah?
Yeah, probably. And that would definitely be something that they would want to have that under their hat. You know, the first animated series or anime series.
All right, next article.
Next article: theater release news.
My internet is so bad that when I left the first time and I started to open my phone up to tell you, like, hey, go on to the next article or whatever without me, my phone popped up with the alert, the Anime Collector has gone live. Just now, the Rumble alert just went off on my phone. Like, that I have on Rumble. This is a bad sign. Anyway,
So, GKIDS to bring the 4 Mamoru Hosoda movies that Funimation had: The Girl Who Loved Through Time, Summer Wars, Wolf Children, and The Boy and the Beast. So
Awesome.
GKIDS now
I already own these films.
Yeah. Tony pointed out that this is the 3rd distributor for The Girl Who Loved Through Time on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Like,
So Bandai had it, then Funimation, now GKIDS.
It's just like, I mean, I think all of us have these films, right? Like, I have.
Yeah,
I
isn't
bought
there also like a didn't Discotheque release a DVD of it at least?
No. Discotheque never had any Hosoda movies.
Crunchyroll? Does Crunchyroll have?
Funimation / Crunchyroll used to have all 4.
Maybe I'm thinking of 5 centimeters per second that had like 15.
Yeah,
I have the
Anyway,
that's
edition that
Makoto
they
that's Jinkai. That's Jinkai.
had
Yeah. All right, so keep
for all of them.
So, and they're also getting, so they're going to be getting new physical releases and also being put out in theaters once again. I wouldn't mind seeing Summer Wars.
Any of these in theaters though.
I wouldn't mind seeing Summer Wars in theaters.
Other than Koi Koi, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
Summer
only-
Wars visually looks good, probably in theaters, but
This? Not that help?
So is that it, or was there anything
Yeah,
else?
we can move on from there.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Hayao Miyazaki's The Boy and the Heron jumps 15 places in Japanese all-time box office after the Oscar win.
Yeah. So basically, the whole point of the Oscars is to stroke off themselves and bolster their stock price, right, for the studios. So after Boy and the Heron won, all the people who didn't previously see it said, "Whoa, Maybe my friend was just too harsh. Maybe it didn't suck ass. It did. So they went out and saw it. Now, in other news, I'm going to jump back into the call now. So I can cover this next part.
The Gundam one?
Yeah. So I'll jump back. I need to figure out. Can you pull me out on my phone? Why? Pull me out.
We did, but you kept talking. Now we can't hear you. He said pull you out, and you keep fucking talking.
Come on, man.
There. Now you're in. That was loud. Something's going on.
Yeah, I muted it. Okay, so I realized the reason people have trouble. Did you kick me out?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Fucker. I need to stay in the. If you would let me fucking finish. I realized the reason we had trouble getting Mirage's recordings is because he joined through a link that he got from the app on Discord. So when you go in, you're still in Discord. Get the fuck out of here, Mosquito. So because you're in Discord, if you just go to Safari and go to the, StreamYard.com/upload, it doesn't get you anywhere. You have to do it through the browser embedded inside of Discord.
If you have the Discord browser turned on, yeah, you can disable that and go straight to it.
Well, actually, it turns out StreamYard has a fucking app now. So
they do.
To join as a guest.
No one cares about your local recording from your phone.
I know that. Thank you. Okay. Thanks. Sheesh. Fucking assholes. I don't even want to go to Saudi Arabia with you. How about that?
Oh my god. Wow.
I thought we were going to Vegas.
Vegas?
Vegas.
We're going to Vegas? There's another set plugged in over there if you want to listen to your game too. All right. Whoo! Jeez. Waste an entire hour doing bullshit challenge impossible. Not impossible. Wait, I said it the wrong way. You know what I meant. All right. Holy hell. Gundam creator Yoshiyuki Tomino's message to young animators. You must crush Hayao Miyazaki. So, Yoshiyuki Tomino, the creator of the Mobile Suit Gundam franchise, encouraged young professionals to crush Hayao Miyazaki and surpass him. Tomino's comments are praise for Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli, who have arguably elevated anime as a storytelling medium with fanciful works such as Castle in the Sky, Whisper of the Heart, Spirit Away, and more. Could you keep it to a dull roar with that bone? Jeez! Tomino and Miyazaki are both veterans in the animation industry, and both have been outspoken about the troubles that are facing the profession. Fun fact, both of them have been critical of Disney. Recently, Miyazaki's film The Boy and the Heron received an Academy Award, bringing anime back into the spotlight of mainstream audiences. Well, how many Gundams have won an Academy Award? Surely this next one that's going to be a VR Gundam you watch on fucking Facebook that'll have full penetration and pussy grabbing is going to be the Academy Award winner for most innovative porn, right?
That's a statement if I ever heard one.
Anyway, received an Academy Award, bringing anime back into the spotlight of mainstream audiences. Back in 2001, Spirited Away also received an Academy Award, which helped bring Miyazaki's earlier work to American audiences. The award compelled Tomino to speak up about anime and Miyazaki at the recent Niigata International Film Festival. According to a translation from CBR, Tomino called on young animators to aspire to crush Miyazaki. Well, crush is... I like how it's like really, like, what do you call that? Stochastic terrorism? Like, Look, man, I just want all you young aspiring animators to get it in your head that what you must do is crush Miyazaki. Do you hear every crush him? Like, literally, he's just trying to encode into these would-be assassins to kill him for him. While crush is a strong word, Tomino's comments are meant more as encouragement. He likely views popular animators and artists like Miyazaki and Eiichiro Oda of One Piece as metaphorical mountains to be conquered, especially since as both men age, it will likely become someone young who surpasses either of them. Everyone, please work hard to crush Miyazaki. I can't do it anymore. It's up to you. Crush that bastard. Young creators shouldn't take this lightly. You can't surpass Miyazaki or One Piece without truly dedicating yourselves. It'd be easy for young animators to see legends in the industry as unattainable goals. That's true of almost any profession where skill and creativity play a role. However, it seems Tomino feels that young animators should strive for that level of skill and acclaim rather than feel it's something out of reach. Who knows? The next Miyazaki could be working as a manga assistant at this very moment. I guess they didn't know how quite to end that article. Because it was lame. All right, let's talk about this shit. Oh no, watch me open these tabs. Great job. Oh, fuck. No. All right, we did it. Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. Okay. Just curious what's causing me such agony. All right. Dead Demons Dededede Destruction anime film. Second part pushed back to May 24th. Anyway, tell me how badly you need that to be Stealth Weeb merch. That's the news. Yeah, May 24th. Cool. Moving on. These fucking... You know my computer is having a hard time when it opens things in this order. We're starting over. We know that first one was correct at least. Closing all these tabs. We're going one at a time. Can't wait to get to Gamergate. Holy shit. Okay, that's in the correct order. That's in the correct order. All right, we're going to stop right there. All right. Get the fuck out of here. You're loud as shit. Go. Go. I don't want you turning Reese on with your disgusting breathy breathing. Get out of here. Sit! I'm gonna throw a fucking socket with you, bitch. He loves socks. Get out of here! Jesus. Anyway, back to this. Sentenced to Be a Hero TV anime reveals teaser visual and video. Look at how fucking sick this visual looks. That's fucking sick.
Do we know when it airs?
Year 9004.
Shit.
I'll wait, I guess. What do you want to watch in the meantime?
No, Yen Press that's actually part of the title. Sentenced to Be a Hero. The prison records of Penal Hero Unit 9004. When does it say? Does it say when it's coming out? At the time of this writing, the release date for the series has not yet been revealed. Sorry, you're going to have to wait. Oh, Grisaia Phantom Trigger. That thing that I definitely covered already. Good job, me. All right, I'm a Behemoth light novels get TV anime. Did I? Yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's the... I'm a Behemoth light novels get TV anime. That's the one that Mirage Leonardo shared. For some reason, Crunchyroll felt it was important to give us the full title of this isekai. I'm a Behemoth, an S-ranked monster, but mistaken for a cat I live as an elf girl's pet. Wow.
I'd like to live as an elf girl's pet.
The cat. No, I'm sorry. No, the elf girl's the behemoth. What are you looking at those? Behemoth fucking titties over there? Like, no.
Thongs, the official underwear of elves, confirmed.
I guess so.
All right.
Wear a bra, damn. None of those girls are wearing bras.
Okay. 4 at a time should do it. You Are Miss Servant. TV anime premieres in October. Anyway, if maid mommies are your thing, who fruit ninja this cabbage? There you go. Why does nobody remember me in this world? Nobody remembers you, huh? They just left me tied to this pillar. Nobody remembers.
Yeah, I guess so. I feel like I've seen some OVAs like that. What about you, Reese? Look familiar? Like,
an unwanted undead adventurer unveils new visual.
hey, look, it's King of the Skullscarvins.
Yeah, it's Dr. Doom in another world. Ishura got a season 2. Reese, you want to tell me a little bit about Ishura's
it seemed
adaptation?
like the adaptation was all over the fucking place, and apparently it only just covered the first novel.
Wow.
Which is pretty rare nowadays. I think the last time I know that they did like one novel for an entire core was Slime Season 2 Part 2. That's how he got reincarnated as Season 2 Part 2.
So it's it looks nuts. Like the animation and stuff just looks wild, and it was just a show that barely got any coverage. I feel like
because it was on Hulu. It was
I was gonna say because it was on a Hulu / Disney Plus rather than Crunchyroll, so Crunchyroll wasn't so eager to talk about it. And I don't exactly go to Disney for their news.
Now that I'm back, we had a question about that one thing.
What thing?
Grisaia. Yeah. Enriv said, "Where the hell is the dub from the stretch goal?"
Yeah. So that was the issue. Is that maybe it did get a release, but then the dub wasn't on it, or something. I don't remember. There's like. It was one of the many Kickstarters that COVID just royally fucked up, right? In terms of they didn't get their rewards out before COVID, and then COVID just basically made it so they couldn't get them out at all until after COVID, and now COVID's over, and they're like, do we even still have the money? Like, we had to pay for 3 years of this warehouse, and maybe I ate some of them out of desperation. I don't even know. I don't know. The answer is I don't know. The thing is that Footnam should have been here. If Footnam was here tonight, he'd have answered all these questions. How about that? How about I deflect it on him?
It's all Footnam's fault. We don't know.
Keep track of, like, feel free to go through. AC would probably love Ishura. Lots of blood, violence, and wanton destruction. Yes. AC should see if he can get Starlink. It's really for people who are out in the boonies, but AC has internet like he's in the middle of nowhere, and he's relying on 1 bar of cell service. So my internet isn't so much the issue. It's the 350 tabs that were open. It was 380 before I left and started like just closing things like crazy. Yeah, no, honestly, I need a new computer is what I need. Anyway, let's talk about ReZero. So, ReZero Starting Life in Another World Season 3 is set for October 2024.
Yeah.
But what's this? Oh, wait. No, there's more to see. Hold on. Okay, I guess Rem is not back yet.
Spoilers, God. We haven't even watched season 2 yet.
I put 2 and 2 together. Wow. What was his name? Rom is going to come back, but not Rem. Okay. So here's a character named Capella. Was that her name, right?
Yeah,
Capella, something like that. Oh, Rem! Yeah, so the Lust Queen. Oh, God damn it. Why are there GIFs? Now I have to show you GIFs. All right, anyway. Yes. So, bad news. Capella has been censored in ReZero. This is the outfit the character is wearing. Oh my God, kill me. This is the outfit the character is wearing in the show. This is the outfit from the light novels or whatever. You will notice significantly, almost to the point where why even bother wearing them? Her shorts are shorter. You will also notice her titties went from a bikini top to whatever the fuck that is.
Crop top.
Yeah, and significantly further apart, it seems.
And hilariously, some people had some great takes. This is officially the worst day of my life. He said a little too early and ruined the whole delivery of the joke because it's loading like a fucking.
He just talked about his internet situation.
This is actually the worst day of my life. I'm not exactly sure what they're pointing out. Is it that this one appears to be behind and this one appears to be on the side, or
no, the thinness of the strap?
Is it just the thinness? Yeah, I wasn't sure.
And
I'm not a thong snob.
No. Come back. It's go back. This is what the compare. It's how it's pulling in. You know, how it's like pull and
I get
thinness.
it. Yeah. No, I'd be upset too. Were there other? There was some other.
Can you lie even worse?
Oh, that's a spoiler! Holy shit!
Is that a spoiler? What the fuck? What?
I meant to click on that. I don't even want to know what I'm gonna find if I keep going. We're just gonna throw these into. Yeah, we're just gonna. That's a spoiler.
Rabbit hole.
Okay, Zenshu is Mappa's next original TV anime. And right before...
Oh, yeah, I heard about this. Yeah,
right
it's
before
like
the podcast, I saw these. Go ahead. It's
about working on anime and being overworked and trying to meet deadlines, right?
It's a documentary. Right. So the girl from The Ring works at an animation studio. So it's basically Pompo the Cinephile, but instead it's animation instead of like filming. That's the vibe it gives me. You never see her face in the trailer. What the fuck am I looking at? Oh, I guess she's timing herself. How quickly can I draw the frame? That That's why it feels like Pompo. Cinephile. Anyway, moving past that, we're making great time now. Oh, no face means no lip flaps. Oh no, those localizers won't have that as a as an excuse. All right, Kengan Ashura Season 2 Part 2 reveals August 2024 release. Wow, I'm so thrilled. I haven't finished Season 2 yet. Wow. What the fuck? Oh, okay. That must not be Lee Hito. I thought this was Lee Hito got hit so hard that like his hair got shaved off. And I'm like, why does he also have a goatee? It's because it's not Lee Hito. It's some other asswipe with the shaved head haircut mohawk thing. Anyway, now in other news, get pumped for the ultimate fight. Julia, are you hearing this?
What? No.
Baki Hanma versus Kengan Ashura with Nobunaga Shimazaki as Baki Hanma and Tatsuhisa Suzuki as Tokita Oma. The fight of a lifetime is coming to Netflix on June 6th. So, yeah. Somebody I saw had tweeted about this saying, I don't think people outside the fandom understand that what they're looking at here would be like going to the movies and seeing a movie about Batman versus Goku versus Superman, right? Like that's how out of the world this is for it to happen. Now, here's the sad thing. It's pretty obvious by looking at it who's going to win. Oh, dear God. I'm afraid of moving to Florida or Tennessee or wherever I end up just because the internet will be even worse. I can't imagine it would be better than what we've got here. Okay, wonderful. Let me just tell you what happens. So in Kengan Ashura is mostly CG. It has a very unique CG anime look to it. It's extremely different from most other things. Baki is hand-drawn. And they draw Oma, the character from Kengan Ashura, in the style of Baki, which tells me the people animating it are the Baki people, not the Kengan Ashura people, which also tells me that they're probably doing that so that Baki wins. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like they're going to favor, like one of the things about this is the reason you'd want to see Baki versus Oma is because it's an experience to watch either of these shows. But if you give me Baki versus Oma in the style of Baki, then I'm not getting the experience of both shows coming together. I'm getting the experience of one show pretending to have the other show invade, So, I don't know. I wish I could show you, but I won't fucking load. Okay, sorry.
So you'd rather have like a half 2D, half CGI slugfest instead?
Yes. Okay. Actually, no, that was the right order. Okay, cool. Chinese state broadcaster airs country's first AI-developed animated series. Oh, Nuxie says, I'm in Mississippi, and I have fiber 1 gigabyte up and down. Well, never mind. Guess I'll be heading to the Mississippi. So Chinese state broadcaster China Media Group recently aired the country's first animated series produced using generative AI models in all production areas. Titled Kuangqi Shizong. The series includes 26 7-minute episodes and features animated retellings of traditional Chinese poems and verses. The show was produced using China Media's CMG Media GPT, a machine learning model co-developed by the network and the Shanghai Artificial Intelligence Laboratory. The series launch coincided with a ribbon cutting for CMG and Sales' new AI studio, which the broadcaster plans to use to boost research and development for future programs. It looks fucking uninspired. But you'll never see it. because my internet is even more uninspired. Apologies. Moving on. All right. Dragon Ball Super by Akira Toriyama and Toyotaro will be entering an indefinite hiatus starting next month in V-Jump issue number 6. According to Manga Plus, the series was previously scheduled to resume in May, but no longer is displayed as such. So this is Shonen Jump news. Weekly Shonen Jump _manga is the account, right? So previously they thought it was going to be a 1-month break. Now it's being considered an indefinite hiatus. And as we've explained too many times, indefinite is a very special word that means forever or an undisclosed amount of time. So who fucking knows? I can't imagine Dragon Ball Super will be gone forever, just simply because it prints money. But maybe they're thinking like, we need to take it away for a while so people are jonesing for it by the time we give it back, so that they forgive the fact that Toriyama's not working on it anymore, kind of thing. I don't know. It's very strange. In other manga artists taking a hiatus news or whatever, Eiichiro Oda's to take a 3-week break from One Piece manga chapter releases in April. Eiichiro Oda will take a short break from releasing One Piece manga chapters for 3 weeks in April to undergo maintenance. And think about what One Piece actually is. Okay. Is it a live action Netflix show? Is it a manga? Is it an anime? Is it a video game series? No, I think what he means is he's going to think about what the One Piece actually is. To ease worries, the manga creator noted that he's not sick, and it is not directly in relation to the passing of Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama. Now, this is not opening. Cool. Great job. Fuck's sake. Okay, anyway. This one here is the official post made by Oda. This is the official translation. This was the first unofficial translation, and this is the second unofficial translation that came out before the official translation, right?
I think you have that backwards. The one on the right is the first one.
So this is the first one, and then this one came out, and it says, it'll be 3 weeks because of news of Toriyama-sensei. So I've been excessively worried about my health. It's not an illness, by the way, but I thought I want to take a break to do some self-maintenance on myself. And maybe took some time to think about what is One Piece. After all, I'm a busy person. After all, I've developed the entire series without considering it for a moment. What the MacGuffin actually is. So then the second translation said, indeed, I'm indulging in a break for the next 3 Jump issues. Recently, after the passing of Toriyama-sensei, I feel people may be worrying about my health more. But to reassure you, I'm not sick right now or anything. It's just that I still wanted to give myself some time to rest. Think of it as trying to focus on self-maintenance. And I want to give proper thought about what One Piece will be about. Like the busy man I am. And then the official says, okay, so I'm taking 3 weeks for myself. Yes, this is coming on the heels of news about Toriyama-sensei. Yes, this could cause some unnecessary excessive panic, but I am not unwell. And while it does have to do with my body, consider this a type of scheduled maintenance rather than anything else. More importantly, I think it's about time I start figuring out what the One Piece actually is. That's going to keep me quite busy, I'll have you know. So there you go. Japanese is hard. Yeah. Any thoughts?
I like how he's basically saying it's not going to be the friendships we made along the way.
Yeah, so he did come out and in previous interviews has said that he knows how it will end, but that might not mean he knows what the One Piece will be.
Yeah.
And
they
he
die
is,
before they get there. Spoiler alert.
and he has also said it is not the friends we made along the way because he hates that kind of story. So those are the two things he said about the ending. He also had said something along the lines of he doesn't like it when people guess what's going to happen.
Because then he can't use any of the guesses.
No, he didn't say that, but he did say that sometimes he changes what is going to happen if people guess it too much. But
yeah, that's what I mean. Like if you guess it and he sees, fuck, they figured it out. He's got to come up with something else.
Sometimes. But in terms of this notice, I think it is good that he takes a break. The last break he took was I don't know, a few months ago, half a year ago, and he came back, and the current Egghead arc that he's doing right now in the manga is been pretty much nonstop tens. Like, yeah. There's been a few chapters where it's like, that one could have been better. Not much happened in that one. But other than the couple, all of them have been great. And so if he needs a couple of weeks to work on that and like just take some time and be able to come back and nail it out of the park, take the break. And I would much rather him take the break and work on his health, get his like sleep under control and make sure that he's eating healthy and shit and not die. Like, obviously he's not expecting to die, but also
Can you imagine? This show has been going on for so fucking long. Imagine he gets to the final chapter. Next chapter is the end. You will discover what the One Piece is. Dies.
I'm sure once he figures it out for himself, he'll tell his editors, because his editors also know the ending.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, imagine how badly it would suck for the payoff. That's like imagine Kentaro Miura died, like the panel before he drew the final 2-page spread of Guts killing Griffith. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that would be just the most catastrophic ending. It's just like they published the book. And it's just a fully black page with brackets that has white text that says Guts kills Griffith. Griffith's suit. You're at the end.
But
Guts
so
also killed Miura. Like
editor's note: Guts also kills Miura. So in terms of the message, people were looking at the early translations and kind of freaking out. They thought that he was actually sick for some reason, even though it said he's not.
He said, I'm not unwell, but it is about my body, which I just think he's tired. He just needs a break.
Yeah.
So
I think some people were being a little weird and hyper, what do you call it? Not melodramatic, but,
fixated.
Whatever. Anyway, taking it to the extreme, and it seems like he's just wanting some little rest. And I'm sure he is grieving over the fact that Toriyama died. So yeah, take your break. Thank you. Make more good manga. I will read it.
Cool. He's figuring out if Yamato is trans.
Yeah, come out and officially approve that she is a female, and that'd be great. Yep. You'll probably get a bunch of hate for that if you do.
All right. In games news, a Chinaman arrested for illegally copying game music at arcade center.
Would you download an arcade?
Yeah, fucking would.
The Osaka Prefectural Police arrested Chinese citizen Long Menghing on suspicion of illegally copying game music at an arcade center in Abeno Ward, Osaka. The suspect had no fixed address or job and was arrested for violating copyright law by illegal copying music data used in rhythm game machines at arcade centers. Police found copies of multiple songs on recording media in the suspect's possession. Imagine you go to the arcade, and you bring a tape recorder and you just happen to record some of the fucking Dance Dance Revolution soundtrack and you get arrested. Like, according to the police report, the man was arrested after being suspected of colluding with someone to use a computer to download and copy music data. He downloaded music data for 6 songs from a game machine installed at the Abeno Ward Arcade Center. So, like, did he, like, take out the back of it and, like, stick a USB drive in it or something? Like, the police consulted with Sega, which operates the arcade machine, and had a police officer keep an eye on the particular arcade game. He then spotted the suspect acting suspiciously near the rhythm game machine, which led to the arrest. When I first read it, the police consulted them and staked it. It's like they knew it was going to happen. It was entrapment, right? When I first read it, I thought that his crime was that he was like, imagine you're going to compete at Ninja Warrior. And so you go to the course after hours when nobody's there, and you take meticulous notes and build a replica in your backyard to train, which is what half of them basically do. And it gives you an unfair advantage, right? So like that's him, but with rhythm game songs. So he's like dancing to the rhythm of the shitty like recording tape recorder version to try to get it down so that when he goes back to the arcade, he has to spend fewer coins.
What if he's just recording himself dancing? Like, obviously that's not the case.
It's crazy, here, right? Could just be a guy vlogging. Oh, watch me beat my new high score. Oh, arrest that guy. He's stealing the music.
I have a friend who lives in Japan, and he plays like Osu, the one where it's like the dots like pop up on the screen, and you gotta like tap them.
Yeah.
And they have some arcade that's the same as Osu. I don't know if it's officially Osu or not, whatever. But the one that he plays in the arcade has a little camera that records you while you're playing. And like it's you sitting in the chair from a specific angle so that you can see the screen, and it automatically uploads the footage to YouTube. Like you can type in your YouTube account and it'll just post it to YouTube.
Oh, to your YouTube.
To whatever, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Like if you want to share it via your YouTube, you type in your account and it'll post it to your YouTube channel.
That'd be mega cringe. We should go do that. We'll stop over there after our trip to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
We'll fly down
back. Yeah. So is that illegally like recording the music?
Definitely. 100%. That's exactly what happened. I don't know. It's just very strange. Not as strange as this. Dragon's Dogma 2 players are genociding the NPCs in order to boost their frame rate. Wow. So this week, Capcom told IGN that performance issues with the PC version of Dragon's Dogma 2 may be linked to the heavy amount of CPU demanded from NPCs in the game. Now, in response, fans are plotting an NPC murder spree in a bid to boost the game's frame rate. Quote, in Dragon's Dogma 2, a large amount of CPU usage is allocated to each character and dynamically calculates the impact of their physical presence in various environments. In certain situations, where numerous characters appear simultaneously, the CPU usage can be very high and may affect the frame rate, a Capcom representative told IGN. We are aware that in such situations, settings that reduce GPU load may currently have a limited effect. However, we are looking into ways to improve performance in the future. This is a single-player game, by the way. The game's burgeoning community is coming together to identify NPCs who can be killed safe in the knowledge their untimely deaths are inconsequential. Idea: a community-made list of inconsequential NPCs you can kill to boost FPS. Reads a thread on Dragon's Dogma subreddit. Since the way NPCs are handled is theorized to be very taxing on your CPU, killing off NPCs should boost your performance. However, what's the point of killing off NPCs to boost your frame rate if you're also killing content? That's why I am suggesting a community source list of junk NPCs who we are free to murder. In response, one user suggested killing any non-shopkeeper NPC and potentially even guards. Another suggested finishing a quest before murdering its related NPC. Imagine saving somebody's entire family just to murder them all. Although, as others pointed out, that strategy is fraught with risk. This idea is wild. The optimization is so bad, we have people wanting to commit mass genocide for more FPS. Can't wait for a week to go, and someone posts the game running at 60 FPS after slaughtering everyone. Less than 24 hours since IGN Story revealed Capcom's explanation for poor performance on PC, this Dragon's Dogma 2 NPC murder spree has become a meme. I killed them. I killed them all. And not just the men, but the women and children too. They are like animals, and I slaughtered them like animals. Me, looking at the NPC I have to kill in exchange for plus 15 FPS. I'm sorry, little one. Sacrifices must be made. The Arisen wanting a few more FPS. Innocent NPCs living their lives. The fucking face. Oh, boy. Dragon's Dogma 2 only has one visual mode across all consoles and launches with an uncapped frame rate for all consoles. Areas such as Vernworth are very demanding, even on the highest end machines, and in particular, the CPU. Dragon's Dogma 2 currently has high demands on hardware, with the Steam Deck struggling to run at playable rates. Even high-end machines with the RTX 4090 paired with an AMD 5800X 3D CPU can drop to the 30s while in denser populated towns. While you wait to play, check out that. I don't care about that. Anyway. All right, there you go. What do you guys think about genociding an entire game just to...
Sounds like a good plan to me.
Yeah.
I'm for it. And then
worthy quest.
They don't let you back up your save or anything. So everything's permanent. That's great.
No, seriously, the game is made so you can't start over. You can't. Here, I just let's do it. Throw it in here so I can close these tabs later. Let's keep going with this. Tab suspended. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2 in flames for performance, DLC, and DRM issues. There's so many fucking issues with this game. There's a shit ton of DLC that launched with the game, which I guess is not that unusual for Capcom games these days. All right. I'm going to throw this over here, and then I'm going to pull it back. So I have them all. We can't possibly miss literally anything. We're closing every one of these fucking tabs. Thank you, Random 11, for pushing me, even though I can't close these until after they get added to the doc. All right. At least they won't be here next podcast. That's what matters. Okay. So the game has got an overwhelmingly negative ratings at launch, though it has mellowed out a bit with a mixed rating on Steam as more players got into the game. The game launched with 21 DLC packs out the gate. While this has been standard for Capcom, offering in-game currency for those without the time to grind it, there were some more controversial additions like a quick travel warp stone and character edit vouchers. Lord knows if I'm going to randomly find... Nope, not that one. Holy shit, please. God damn it, it's this one. Yes! Dragon's Dogma 2 director dislikes fast travel. Quote, all you have to do is make travel fun. Fast travel microtransaction for $2.99. You too can fast travel. Due to the character data being stored in Capcom servers this time around, despite being a single-player game, PC players can't even edit their character looks via files the same way they could in Monster Hunter World and Rise. There isn't even an option to delete the save and restart the game. The overall result of this is a mass amount of negative reviews that has sullied the game's reputation. So I've got this over here. Great job. Can I like fucking... The post is titled, "There is no new game or delete save option in Dragon's Dogma 2. I started with an archer and wanted to try out a fighter, so I went to the main menu. There's no new game or override save option. I am stuck with a character that I'm kind of tried out for the fucks of it. Anyone. So people are just asking, like, how do I start a new game? Oh my god. Then I've also got
manually go and delete the save file.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we'll come back to this one. Despite how much of a trash fire this is, I'm actually thrilled we're getting through these. What else is in here? I'm not going to read all these negative reviews. Not recommended. Not recommended. Not recommended. God, one might think Sweet Baby
creator list. Just,
yeah, just this game. All right. So, in other funny things that I found, PSA: don't delete your Dragon's Dogma 2 save files. Just when you thought Dragon's Dogma 2 trash fire isn't bad enough already, apparently people are experiencing weird stuff. Each time you delete save, de novo counts it as a new activation. People seem to be bricking their accounts on the Steam forums.
Yeah, avoid de novo.
Dragon's Dogma, more like drags on my wallet. Jesus effing Christ, Capcom. Refunded at 118 minutes. God, this sucks. Paying for fast travel, paying for character editing, paying for revives. Bro, it's $100 game. What the fuck?
They were doing a Steam sale, I don't know, last week, and I had Sims 3 on my Steam notify me list if it goes on sale, just because it's like a game I have on, or I had on EA's Origin service, but Origin shut down, and that's like, fuck, okay, well, I may as well get it on Steam. If it goes on cheap, whatever. So it went on sale for $10. Like, all right, that sounds fine, I'll buy it. I look at the DLC. If you wanted to buy all the DLC for The Sims 3, it's like $200. And that's every piece of DLC on sale for $10. At full price, I don't even know what it was. I was like, that's insane. No wonder they keep making these fucking games.
Yeah, right. So Mighty Keith said, in relation to the post about all of the $200 game with all the DLC and everything, I've played about 46 hours of Dragon's Dogma 2. And this tweet is how I found out there are microtransactions. You have to go out of your way to even know they exist. But with that said, it still shouldn't be in the game. And then I've got, all right, it may be worth it to buy the character creation look change thing because handsome Squidward, Shaggy, fucking Walter White, and Tobey Maguire, emo Spider-Man, right? You could be it all. Yeah, so it's pretty intense what you can do with it, I guess. I mean, obviously, this doesn't quite look like Guts. I heard a complaint that the face scans that you use, like when you're picking where you want to start, are asymmetrical because the actors that they scanned are asymmetrical, and it can be difficult to work with when you're trying to tweak them. Because you'll tweak it, you'll get one side to look the way you want, but the other side being asymmetrical, it just doesn't quite hit. That's what I've heard. I don't know. Somebody made Mr. Satan. And this one is eerily good. The king of pop has come to free his people. You can even remove individual teeth.
Oh, God.
Is that something you should want to do to make a crack whore you can play as?
They could be chunk. Oh my god.
You can.
I don't know. Chunk.
Be late stage footnote. Whoa. And lastly, I saw this. The comment section for this post is insane. For the love of God, could I please see this in a way where you could actually fucking read it? Thank you. One of the first video games I've ever seen that lets you customize your character with highly realistic skin textures. As a woman, this feels so validating because it's showing how real bodies actually look like. A big thanks to the developers. Not a single woman is actually making a character that has like the love handles or whatever they're feeling self-conscious about. Instead, you're going to exclusively use this when you see how ugly can I make a character, right? Like that's it, the only time you're going to use this skin. There's like a whole slew of these too. Oh God, real body, validating as a woman. I'm fat, bald, and short in real life. And guess what? I will make a huge muscle mommy with perfect skin and makeup. Because games are about escapism. If you need a fantasy medieval game to be virtually validated, then you have bigger issues. I don't hate people. No idea why you are renting about. Okay, I think I'm ranting. I just said games are about escapism and not about validating your female complex. Real bodies can actually look like. I can't read what that says. Not everyone is on the more unkempt side, but yes, the character customization options are fabulous. Thank God we have real out-of-shape bodies in video games now. It was truly needed. How real bodies actually look like. That's a strongly implied message right there, as if women who are beautiful that have all the qualities that you touted as unrealistic aren't real bodies. Crazy. Anyway, there we go. We got our Dragon's Dogma stuff done. Look at us. Look at us knocking out a bunch of tabs I can't close until much later when they get added. Anyway, in other news, PlayStation is laying off 900 across Insomniac, Naughty Dog, Guerrilla, and more, and closing a London studio. Sony is also shutting down Deviation Games before first game is released. And the former PlayStation boss responds to mass layoffs in gaming, says things will be fine. So let's talk about Gamergate. What could be happening? This is going to be a pain in the ass. Let's scroll down so I know where I left off. All right. At the Game Developers Conference, the games industry really needed a good scream. Today, over 50 game developers met in a park across the street from GDC to scream as loud as possible. The event, known as GD Scream, took place in an open area in the middle of Yerba Buena Gardens, where event organizers assembled the crowd by holding up pieces of paper with "Scream" scribbled on them. One of the organizers wore a shirt printed with Munch's "The Scream." I guess they mean the painting, right? Another participant wore a shirt printed with an ice cream cone. At exactly noon, the cluster of individuals from all corners of game development let loose a loud scream that lasted for several seconds. As it trailed off, the group broke into relieved laughter and applauded before slowly dispersing. Let's hear it, guys. Let's hear this cathartic experience that doesn't in any way, shape, or form remind you of the fact that I didn't fucking upload it. God damn it. Shit. Fuck. It's all right. I got it right here. Assuming my internet doesn't cuck me. All right, here we go.
I missed the alphabet.
You're going to miss it. Oh, God. Is my screen share up yet? Because it sure doesn't seem like it. Oh, my God. It's as if it just gave up. Can we try that again? Did I hit cancel by mistake, or is it about to pop up as I'm in the process of initiating it a second time? Fucking bravo. Okay, I'm going to leave the call and come back.
Great. More problems. Dragon's Dogma 2. Microtransactions, the game. Yep. I remember when the number of characters you could create was limited only by the size of your memory card. Yeah, you could swap out memory cards if you wanted to make more, too. The problem with the microtransactions is features hidden behind the paywall. Artificial grind pushes players to pay, not to waste their time. Yeah.
Okay.
But
Where
people
did
keep
the other
paying.
guys go? I turned for 1 second and Reese and AC just fucking bounce.
AC's having computer problems. Reese stepped away for a second.
Oh, okay. So
we are here by ourselves.
I see.
How can I understand Gamergate 2 when I haven't watched the first Gamergate? Well, let me tell you a story of the first Gamergate. A lone developer wanted her video game to do well. So she slept around with all the different gaming journalists out there that would review games, so that they would review her dumb game and give it a good score, so that it could sell a bunch of copies on Steam. And then her boyfriend got wind of this and told everyone that that his girlfriend was cheating on him and sleeping with all the peoples. And then she got mad and said, "I don't like that. Don't call me a whore." And then she got all her whore boyfriends to go on their journalists' websites and talk shit about all the people that are hating her for sleeping with them. And they called her, all the people that cared about this, misogynists.
Yeah.
Now, the people generally cared about the fact that the game journalists were corrupt and just giving reviews for sex. But alas, they did not like that either. So anyone that brought that up was toxic and misogynistic and the devil and whatever. And then they had secret meetings behind the scenes to talk to all the different gaming journalists and said, yes, we need to band together to stop the spread of hate because we slept with a girl and she gave good sex. I don't know. And then people pick sides, and some people were like, we're not about hate. We just don't want you to fuck around, and maybe you could take your job actually fucking seriously, and maybe there could be some actual ethics in gaming journalism and it not be a shitstorm.
Yeah.
And then other people were like,
Like this
no,
podcast.
you're sexist, and just hopped on that train.
Yeah.
And
because
then
they were
eventually
hopping on her train.
Oh yeah. And then
We'll take the free
eventually
rides.
some people popped up, like figureheads, whatever, Sargon of Akkad and all that kind of shit. And then some of them started asking for money, and then people were like, no, that's actually gay. We're not going to do that. And then the movement kind of died. And that was about it. That was Gamergate 1. And then Anita Sarkeesian kind of made her stupid feminist frequency thing, and then there's the whole thing about like feminism, and that whole thing all started popping off it as well. And then she got a meeting with the government, and we got to stop sexism in games because clearly creates this environment where everyone hates us, and we got to stop that because you can't hate us because, obviously that's bad. Everyone has to love the women and all women, even if the women is saying bad things or things that you don't like. Anyway, that's Gamergate 1 story. I hope you liked my retelling. I might have got some stuff wrong, but I mean that's the gist of it. Which of the Sailor Moon Blu-rays that look pink? I'm pretty sure all of them look pink, if I'm not incorrect. There might be one or two that look more pink than the other ones, but I'm pretty sure they're all pink. And I think there was only a fan had like removed the pink, and there might have been a DVD set that was not pink, or it was the VHSs that were not pink. We have a clip on the Clips channel about it, if you want more information. I have 1,000 megabits down and 100 up through Xfinity for $75 a month. That seems pretty good. Pretty good speeds. I don't know what happened to the comments here, but oh, there we go. Now I can scroll up. There should be an option in the browser to limit how much RAM each tab uses. For example, there's a memory saver option in Chrome. Yes, there is. I don't think AC is using. He's restarting his computer again. Great. I don't think AC is using Chrome. I think he's using Brave. Either way, there are options. You know, what he could do is he could have used Firefox, and in Firefox he could have all the tabs open and then just right click and say save as bookmark folder. And then he'd have all the tabs in a folder, and then he could open them individually whenever the fuck he wants to actually cover them.
Yeah.
But he likes doing it the hard way.
So what have you been oh, there he is. I was about to ask, what have you been watching, Random?
I'm watching my Sanity Leave.
Apparently.
Okay, so let me just say real quick before you guys move on. Because we've managed to do the show like weekly these last couple weeks, I have a folder of tabs called Old Doc, which is indicative to me these things got brought up on the stream that weren't in the doc and need to get added to those docs going back like, I don't know, 10 podcasts. That tab now, that folder has 98 tabs in it. So I'm going to bookmark all of those tabs, bookmark all tabs into a folder called Old Doc, and I'm going to close that shit and see how much our performance improves.
This was an option the whole time you had?
I don't like to bookmark 100 things because when I actually need to open that back up now, it's going to take me a fucking super long time.
Just do it one tab at a time.
It's not that easy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I got to find out which podcast it's from. It's going to be a whole big thing. Good thing next podcast is or next week is Easter, which means that we probably aren't going to be like, I'll have some time to hopefully catch up a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't have any faith that we're going to be able to hear this. So I think the best possible way to handle this is to just go back to screen sharing and do a dramatic reenactment for you. Can I get everybody to join me for our collective scream?
Yes.
That's what happened. There you go.
We do this as it's played. Like,
yeah. There you go. So that's so there it is. That was what happened. That was a perfect reenactment. I think ours was even better than theirs. The Scream was organized by Scott John Siegel and Carol Shaw in response to growing discontent among game developers in the face of ongoing industry mass layoffs as well as coordinated harassment campaigns against marginalized individuals and overall fears of worsening industry conditions. What do you think the coordinated harassment campaigns are against marginalized individuals? They couldn't mean the Sweet Baby Ink detected Steam curator list that had absolutely no targeting whatsoever done at anybody individually. Or could they mean the marginalized individual being Cabrutus, who was targeted by Sweet Baby Ink employees in a harassment campaign to try to get his Steam account banned? Could that be what they mean over here at IGN?
I guess Brazilians are a minority in the world population, so
based Brazilians are a minority as well. So even more marginalized. They said, I spoke with Siegel post Scream, where they told me that the event came together after they posted half jokingly on Facebook about the general powerlessness they felt about it all and wanting everyone to get together to scream. Huh. You feel powerless, do you? Allow me to continue to make you feel powerless. You feel like me with my internet, huh? All right. Continuing. Holy shit. Okay, cool. Yes, the reality of the hive mind cannot be denied. Suddenly, the so-called marginalized have no problem asserting the power they hold over the industry. It's almost as though co-opting it as a vessel for their worldview was the goal all along. So Van Dyke over here, Derek Van Dyke, who is, I don't know, something or other, going to PAX East, says it's that simple. Losers can make sock puppets and organize harassment campaigns on the internet all they want, but go to any sufficiently large event where the industry shows up at large, and you can't deny the reality of what you see. All of us, everybody who feels a little rattled by this bullshit and is going to either GDC or PAX this month, take a moment to look around you. Look at the people sharing your space with you. Then ask yourself, how much power Lolicon Fan 88 actually has over the direction of this industry? Sounds like Cope. Also, remember, he said, all of us, the entirety of the industry believes in this cause. And yet, Mark Kern points out, GDC could only get 50 devs to join their Screamfest. Thousands go to GDC. Most devs just want to make great games and are held hostage by the cancel pigs. Just like me being held hostage by the tabs.
Is that another word for the Jews?
The Jews? What? In response to the reeing, you have to express your loyalty loudly. Any hesitation is a sign of dissent, which means removal, until you start believing the things you originally had to just pretend to believe. And another take on this same video here. A Brazilian man made a list. This action was so terrible, it necessitated government intervention. It necessitated government intervention, several journalist accusations, and doxing / harassment. Remember, all of this happened because one person thought customers deserved to know what they were buying. It is pretty crazy, right? When you realize the fact that all of this started because one person just said, hey, I don't recommend the games made by this company. Here's a list if you want to take my advice and avoid them. Can't fucking have that. No. Right? So, no, what about continuing? please tell me I can just open these now. Yes. Yes. Yes, it's working. Oh, all right, cool. That's a good place to end that. Fucking cow. Oh my god. There we go. Oh, no, you went too far. All right. So, remember, it necessitated government involvement. Well, government-owned Canadian broadcasting company joined Sweet Baby Inc. misinformation campaign. The Canadian Broadcasting Company, which is owned by the Canadian government, is the latest entity to run misinformation regarding video game consulting company Sweet Baby Inc. Any second. It's all right. There we go. Cool. Awesome. Oh, dear God. Matt Galloway on The Current with Matt Galloway, a show that is part of CBC Listen, ran misinformation about what Sweet Baby Inc. does as a company while refuting a brief snippet of YouTuber Ryan Cannell accurately portraying what the company does. So we got this post here from Lunar Archivist, which we'll look at in a minute. I'm pretty sure. Okay, there's one more. All right, so I'm going to play the clip.
There is a new conspiracy theory gaining ground in the gaming world. It's centered around a Montreal-based video game company called Sweet Baby Inc. And according to believers, including Elon Musk, this small 16-person Canadian company is trying to radically change the video game industry.
It is.
Here's one of the many men on
98
YouTube
tabs
speaking
did
out against
fuck all
Sweet
the
Baby,
help.
specifically about the new Black Spider-Man character.
The controversy started when Sweet Baby Inc. employees, a woke game consulting company whose sole mission is to push the agenda in any games they get their hands on. They're all about diversity and equity and inclusion. They lay that out. They said they want to take over the industry. They hate white, straight, male gamers.
In reality, Sweet Baby Inc. is hired by the video game companies to consult on stories and help write diverse characters, including, for example, the Miles Morales character in the most recent Spider-Man game, who is black.
I guess I help out with my mom's work in Harlem every now and then. She's Councilwoman Rio Morales. And I also got bitten by a radioactive spider that gave me superpowers.
Now Sweet Baby is the victim of a giant organized harassment campaign, and gaming insiders say this harassment shows just how toxic certain parts of gaming culture still are. And they're warning this toxicity has real-world consequences that gamers and non-gamers alike need to pay attention to.
Is it done yet? Holy shit.
Yeah, just finished.
Oh, thank God. Ay, ay, ay. It is so imperative that we get these tabs under control. No more game brigade. I demand everybody calm the fuck down. You had your good scream. No more.
CBC is a trash fire.
I can say that about nearly all of the news in the United States as well.
They take a bunch of fucking money from the Canadian government because no one likes them and they need fucking handouts. And then just last Christmas, they ended up firing a bunch of people because, you know, whatever, they can't afford them. But then, psych, come January or whatever the fuck, turns out, yep, the CEOs and all that took millions of dollars in bonuses. Oh, so much for we can't afford anything.
Damn. That really how it be, huh? So, at this point, the facts are easily researched, and one can only conclude that Galloway is intentionally misinforming his listeners and lying to them in order to run cover for Sweet Baby Inc., the company's allies, and those pushing the woke agenda at large. So this part is just a recap of Chris Kindred coming after Cabrutus and trying to take away his Steam account and all that shit. More people from Sweet Baby Inc. chiming in to try to get all that shit. After this cancellation attempt, it was revealed that Sweet Baby Inc.'s main purpose is to push the woke agenda. The company's About Us section. Hold on. You know what? I have a feeling.
Yeah. Can you feel it?
I was wondering if maybe that wasn't even supposed to be red, and it was supposed to be red, like the color red. Like, don't read this. This isn't that important. I'm skipping this. Moving on. Hooray! Let's talk about Kotaku. Holy shit. All right. Kotaku's editor-in-chief resigned over new editorial edict. Boy, this was so much easier to read when I didn't have night mode on. Prepare your eyes, for I am disengaging in dark mode. Here we go. Wow, let's refresh that so that it renders that text in black. Holy shit, just fucking go! All right. After careful consideration, I have concluded that the current... Wait, I think there's more highlights that aren't in here. So Jack Glennon, who took over as editor-in-chief in Kotaku in October, resigned Thursday. In a resignation letter seen by Aftermath, which is the outlet I'm reading from, Glennon says that she made the choice due to the management team's recent decision to deprioritize news in favor of games. Quote, after careful consideration, I have concluded that the current management structure and decision-making process at GO Media are not aligned with my values and goals for Kotaku. I firmly believe that the decision to invert Kotaku's editorial strategy to deprioritize news, she means activism, news in favor of guides is fundamentally misguided given the current infrastructure of the site. This decision is directly contradicted by months of traffic data and shows an astonishing disregard for the livelihoods of the remaining writers and editors who work here. Glennon also announced her resignation on Twitter, writing, quote, I've resigned from Kotaku, and Jim Spanfeller is a herb. Is an herb? Is an herb. Herb is a new hip term that lefties use to say you suck. That's how creative they are. That's why we want them working on our games, because they use jive lingo like herb to describe people they don't like. According to a source close to the situation, Kotaku staff will be expected to create 50 guides a week at the site. Game guides. Currently, Kotaku's homepage features a prominent game tips and guides module at the top of the page in a space that was previously reserved for major stories and breaking news. Staff members have criticized the homepage redesign on social media, noting that Kotaku's major source of traffic is not guides. Not yet. It will be when that's all you produce.
They had a guide for Animal Crossing about having a butt plug and which butt plug worked well with Animal Crossing's vibrate function or something. I don't fucking know.
Did they?
Yeah.
Wow.
Can we source that?
Google Kotaku Animal Crossing butt plug.
That sounds weird. Who would want to Google that?
I would.
I'm going to take the screen share off just in case.
I found it already. Are you fucking serious?
Oh, look at it vibrate. Oh, it's traveling. It's traveling. Oh, it's jumping. I didn't see that part. Jesus. Does this count as a game guide? I mean, it was 2020, you know, there was lockdowns. You know,
I mean, I do kind of like the idea that you can play a game and your girlfriend at the same time, right? Like, I'm dumbfounded. Thank you for sharing this.
This is the quality journalism that you get at Kotaku.
GIF from buttplug.io.
Yikes.
That's not even a butt plug.
No, it is not.
I'm so
like I said, quality journalism over.
I'm so tempted to read it. Yeah. You can download the interface console game haptics router from GitHub. Finally, a piece of modding I can get behind. All right, anyway. Get inside me. All right.
Did you skip an article?
Did I?
Well, the tab that you went to the butt plug thing, I think you didn't cover the article that was originally there.
I think I did a new tab. Yeah, this is the article we were just looking at.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Don't worry. Thank you, though. All right. Rev says Desu takes the article we just looked at. Not the butt plug.
Not the butt plug. No,
We're at like 20 something strong, and then we go to the butt plug thing. I look up again. It has nothing to do with my internet speed. It has everything to do with the butt plugs. All right. Rev says Desu did a TLDR on the article. It says Kotaku gaming journalists were instructed by management to produce game guides instead of yeeting out virtue signaling slop articles attacking gamers. In response, Kotaku contributors have just resigned. Furthermore, Lunar Archivist had this to say: the only thing that's stupid and cruel is Kotaku and its staff. Maybe you're being forced to churn out guides because it'll be next to impossible for you to insert your politics into those. Patricia Hernandez said, once an editor told me that Jim explained to them that his strategy was to apply pressure and see what happens. He is likely aware this is untenable, but wants people to worry so much about their job that they'll do the impossible to keep it. Which echoes Mark Kern's sentiment here. Kotaku must do 50 guides a week. This is just a setup to get everyone to quit so they don't have to pay severance. Then they close Kotaku. I love this take. This article was so bad it made the parent company lobotomize Kotaku not even 8 days later. Hilarious! Final Fantasy VII mod transforms Era, Tifa, and Yuffie into muscle mommies. And then Evil Charm said, Evale Charm said, how many gaming outlets have called gamers racist and complained? Here's senior editor at Kotaku, Alyssa Mercanti, literally making their racist statement their banner image. Hi, you can't be racist against white people. Thanks for tuning in. Will games media do anything? Will the games industry call her or Kotaku out? Nope, not a damn thing. Alyssa Mercanti said, the fact that leadership wanted to aggressively pivot what Kotaku does in the midst of a harassment campaign levied against me and the site for an original piece of reporting that was the second most read story for over a week is talent, mama. Now, the piece she's talking about is the one we looked at that had like the Charlie Day like conspiracy board that said gamers don't understand what Sweet Baby Inc. does, or gamers think Sweet Baby Inc. does things it doesn't do, or whatever. That shit article we didn't even bother to read on podcast. That was the second most read story for over a week. What was the first most read? It was the Muscle Mommies one, right? The butt plug one still getting traction.
Oh, yeah. 4 years later.
Kotaku near death desperately switches to try to do gaming guides. Not going to need those woke liars anymore, but actual gamers. I sure hope Kotaku editor Alyssa Mercantile has learned to code and puts on sunglasses. Yeah, what a crazy world we live in. Not long ago, typing the words learn to code on Twitter would get you immediately banned. Because it was Kotaku specifically, maybe even Alyssa Mercantator or whatever her fucking name is, Mercanter, who told the oil what was it the coal miners?
Yeah, coal miners.
Yeah, the coal miners to learn to code, right? Because their jobs are being removed by Biden or whoever over global warming or some bullshit. Or maybe that was even Obama back then. So then, in response to the news, now Alyssa's not the one who left. It was Glennon who resigned. But Alyssa is saying, I guess I'll just go back to sex work because at least then I get fucked a lot and I'll get paid well for it. Alyssa would rather sell her ass in the streets than write video game guides. But it seems that maybe perhaps that's not happening. Kotaku owners Geo Media reportedly backed down from fully shifting site from news to guides after editor-in-chief resigns and staff pushes back. Did I highlight? Yes. What not to read. Okay. In barely recovering from what seemed, and honestly still seems, like the first step of a funeral procession for the infamous bad faith video game news website Kotaku, I've read that like 8 times and fucked it up each and every goddamn time in preparation for this. So it's looking like for the infamous bad faith video game news site, Kotaku owners Geo Media have reportedly backed down from their desire to pivot the site's content away from news stories and towards generic video games after facing a rash of backlash from its staff. The shift towards guides was later verified by Kotaku writer Levi Winslow, who in the aftermath of Geo Media's decision took to his own Twitter account to share, you know what? Fuck it. Here's a small cup of tea. Management doesn't even care about the quality of the guides. They want us to aggregate them from other sites like a literal content mill. That they're destroying people's livelihood gags me, and not in the good way. Yikes. Last thing I'll say is this. Someone at the top told us to just get guides done because the AV Club watches full seasons of a show and still produces their stories. Okay. What does he say? Still produces their stories. That alone is proof that they don't understand what we do. Yeah, clearly not. Clearly they don't understand what you do if you're refusing to play the games. Like, holy shit. However, it seems this extreme pivot was short-lived, as per Kotaku editor Alyssa Mercanti. Following Glennon's resignation and the resulting outrage from the site staff over new editorial focus, Kotaku staff had a somewhat productive meeting with management. Expect the news to continue coming from us, at least for now. Your support and your voice certainly helped, so thank you. So what kind of news can we expect? According to senior editor-in-chief Alyssa Mercanti, Kotaku will continue to cover the news, and she already has a story. Kotaku staff had a somewhat productive meeting, so that's the thing we just read. I would be remiss if I didn't credit Hello Jen Glenn for seeing the tide shift and refusing to ride along with it. Her bravery is a huge part of why today went the way it did. Give her all the flowers in all the jobs. There's a story I've been simmering that I really want to pick up again. If anyone has any connections to a prominent female Twitch streamer / gaming personality who leans very hard into Christianity and homophobia, DM me or email me at link in bio. I'm particularly interested in people who knew this person before their sharp rise in popularity. So they're making a hit piece on Melanie Mack, it sounds like. And Mark Kern says, Kotaku has approved Alyssa Mercanti for a slew of hit pieces and is about to deadspin themselves into a lawsuit, referring to when Deadspin wrote an article about the kid in blackface and showing the picture of him from the side, not showing the fact that he's actually wearing the team colors across his entire face. But you can sell hate through images if you maliciously present them that way. Apparently Melanie Mack she's referenced here about it. So there she is. Anyway, now I don't have an old doc tab to put these in. Thanks. Let's just make one real quick. Old doc. Let's go over here. Lord knows the audience needs that GitHub link. All right. So back to this. Can you guys hear me okay? Everything good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Just making sure. Because it got all quiet and I got all self-conscious.
As we all simultaneously mute once again.
Well, rip me. If you guys want to go through chat and find out how we might be able to salvage the fact that I haven't looked at it in forever while I open these tabs, because we're about to change to another topic here.
Reenacting the old man yells at cloud meme has got to be one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. Says
referring to the GD scream.
Yeah.
They're angry at reality and think screaming at it will help. Seems that way. The scariest words are, "We are the government, and we are here to." We are. Hey, we're from the government, and we're here to help. I didn't even need to buy a strategy guide. Kotaku will be making them. No thanks. This is the part where you insert the butt plug.
This is the hole you insert the butt plug into.
See diagram.
No, not the uterus.
Yeah. Anyway, I guess 3 hours ago I got thrown under the bus at work again. That's wonderful. Love that. Not like I was streaming or anything when it happened. Okay. All right. Are we caught up? Are we good? Honestly, if they do start making tons of game guides, they'll probably be 99% AI. Yes, 100% they're going to be that, because they're going to take them from different sites and aggregate them together with ChatGPT or something like that, and just like write them in a way that combines all of them into one massive, well-written piece of work and spells everybody's names wrong. Our healthcare system is an inherently evil institution that forces people to ration life-saving medications like insulin and choose suicide over suffering with untreated mental illness. Kotaku on PS5. What? Is that what they wrote about the PS5 costing so much money that they had to talk about how they couldn't afford one because they needed to pay for insulin because they all have diabetes? Because that's funny. Kotaku's PS5 review really tried to shame gamers for even thinking of buying one. They also got blacklisted by Nintendo. That's true. All right, are we caught up? Oh, what? Night mode again? How dare you? I didn't let you do that. All right, so anyway, let's get this full screen again. I trust you can handle that. Cool.
Yes.
So you guys remember we talked about Danny Lalanders here? EA's Marvel's Black Panther narrative designer responds after video resurfaces of her bragging that previous title Validate had no white people on the dev team. Quote, "I had fears of certain treatment towards my marginalized workers." After a video resurfaced in which she could be seen bragging about how she intentionally avoided hiring white people for her previous title, Validate, current associate narrative designers for EA subsidiary and Marvel's Black Panther developer Cliffhanger Games, Danny Lalanders, has responded to her critics by claiming that she solely hired the best people for the job.
Right.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just play the clip again so we can get it fresh in our minds.
I have a team of 21 right now for Validate. It's a pretty big team. It's a crazy
Not
big
fresh
team.
in my
for
mind, of
indie
course, because I
games.
can't fucking see it.
Who is your team? Validate has a team of mostly all people of color. We have no white people on our team. I did that because I wanted to create a safe environment. And I know the best way for an environment to be safe is to be around people who are just like me. And I'm not saying that white people in the industry are creating unsafe environments. I'm not saying that. That is not what I'm saying. I am saying that sometimes it is hard to work with white people because they think that something may okay, but it was really a microaggression. And no one wants to deal with that while they're trying to make a game that they love.
Okay, it's done.
Okay. However, after facing backlash for her blatantly racist rhetoric, Lalanders has now taken to claiming that her words were taken out of context. Oh, fuck. I don't see how you take may okay out of context. You might think it may okay, but it not. Sorry. Taking to her personal what? Taking to her personal Twitter account on March 22nd, Lalanders retweeted a clip of her talk as shared by fellow user Libs of TikTok and asserted, quote, "Okay, let's address this. In this video, I very clearly stated that the team for Validate is mostly people of color." No, you said all people of color.
And you said you did that intentionally.
Mm-hmm. Because I wanted to have a team of people who reflected on the game we were working on. If you played Validate, you understand why this is important.
And please, I'm not a racist. No, you've got the wrong idea.
It's also most likely illegal to admit doing that.
Yeah.
Like, not hiring white people specifically for the fact
I don't know. The fact that you admit it on camera, like, I'm not comfortable working with white people. Like,
yeah. This video is a bit outdated. Recorded in the summer of 2021, she continued, deflecting. Validate was released in September of 2022. From when this video was recorded to release, we had a few white developers join our team to help us with some music and audio needs.
They had to voice the
white guy.
They were the diversity hires.
Yeah. To voice Keaton and his mom or whatever.
Keaton, that was his name.
Yeah. Nowhere in this video did I say I don't hire white people or that I hate white people. Look, this is the thing is that I think that Danny, what's her name? Danny, right? Danny Lalanders. Was it Danielle? Does she go by Danny? Yeah, Danny. Danny Lalanders. So I think that she heard people say her statements, but swapping white for black, and then realized how egregious it sounds, and now thinks that we're saying that she hates, white people and stuff because she realizes that her coded language, when put the other way, sounded like she hates white people because she kind of fucking does, as evidenced by the official Validate account shaming the players of the Validate game for choosing the white guy to romance instead of the cast of people of color who are ugly as sin, by the way. Like, where's the image? Did I already pass it? They got mad that they decided to go for the white people instead of, what was it, Biggs? Like fucking Biggs over here. You're not going to survive this snoo session, bro. Anyway, so yeah, definitely hates white people, I think. I don't care. You can hate me all you want. I actually don't care if you want to hate me. That's cool. Go for it. More power to you. I don't even really care about you, but you can hate me if you want. Like, that's cool. I don't hate white people. I very clearly said we wanted to have a team that reflected the values of the game we were making. As a lead, you pick the best possible people for the job.
That's not what you said.
In this case, the best people for the job were the people who understood the kind of game we were making. Developers working on a game full of queer characters who understand the importance of queerness in games that is realistic and respectful towards queer people. In the latter half of the video, I spoke about microaggressions in the workplace. If you are a person of color, you understand precisely what I meant. That being said, I am very well aware that white people are not the only ones who can commit microaggressions in the workplace. Microaggressions can be committed by anyone towards anyone else in the workplace. But in the context of what I was talking about, I had fears of certain treatment towards my marginalized workers in the workplace. I wanted my team to feel safe while working on Validate. The way Libs of TikTok posted the video made it seem like I am the lead developer / hiring director at Cliffhanger Games. I'm not. My title is an associate junior narrative designer. I don't fucking care what your title is at Cliffhanger Games. The only thing I don't give a shit that you're working on the Black Panther game. I'm not going to play it. I don't fucking care. We're taking you at your word from what you said in regards to hiring practices for Validate. You're deflecting to pretend it's about Cliffhanger Games. Nobody gives a shit about that. My title is Associate Junior Narrative Designer. I don't have any power in terms of hiring and never had. I have also only been working at Cliffhanger for about 9 months. This video predates my time at Cliffhanger by 2 years. Sounds very much like Danny is terrified she's going to get fired from Cliffhanger. Does it not? Doesn't it seem like she's trying to distance herself in that recording from Cliffhanger to not have it splash back on Cliffhanger and result in her termination?
Or sign this company up for a lawsuit.
Yeah. So look, just to be
part
clear,
of Title IX, right? You cannot discriminate based on race, and that's
unless it's against white people.
And that's her admitting she's doing that.
Yeah.
And it's not even like you can argue like, oh, that's why she's trying to use these weasel words, right? Like, oh no, I just hire the people that want to work on the game and bring greatness to the game.
I did that specifically because yada yada.
Yeah. It's like
and
now she's trying to do the weasel words, but yeah, before it was like, no, I just white people are scary. Well, okay, no, that's not a valid reason to not hire someone.
This video predates my time at Cliffhanger by 2 years. Again, this video is old and does not reflect my current values or the current reality of my company, Veritable Joy Studio.
You know what that's like saying?
The fact that it happened at all is the issue.
No, yeah, like, oh, I murdered someone last week. That was last week.
Well, what it's like saying is like, yes, I'm a disgusting, filthy racist, but that was before.
But no, I mean, in terms of like, you committed a crime by now likelihood of them getting sued or getting charged or whatever low, but like
every single person who applied for the job and returned away.
Let's not focus on the crime that I did back then. That was back then.
I am 100% in favor of this woman's ability to discriminate in her hiring practices. I am 100% for it. If I was in the jury box and you were being tried for going against Title IX or whatever the fuck it is, I would acquit you. Okay? I do not care that you don't want to hire white people. I don't want to work for you. I don't think it's a good position for anybody to be in to work on Validate. That game looks like a trash fire. I don't care. I will support your vindictive, white-hating, hiring practices to avoid having them in your company. That's fine. Because I think everybody should have the right to hire who the best person is for the job. And you know what? A bunch of fugly Tumblr looking potatoes is probably the best people for that game. And I applaud your ability to find them and get them to actually do some work. Fantastic job. Proud of you. Glad I didn't have to be a part of it. But everybody else deserves the same respect. You don't need to weasel your way in with government assistance to mandate diversity in the workplace when it's not necessary to have it. When you have a small team and it's like, oh shit, if we hire one more person, they have to be black according to the penal code, or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's fucking bullshit. And she goes on to say, before I end this thread, please let this be a lesson for everyone to do some research before they post. Shame on you! Listening to my words and not further finding words I have said to clarify why the words I said in that interview are not against the law. I have seen a lot of misinformation posted about the situation from journalists, content creators, and even TikTok lawyers. Misinformation spreads like wildfire. Literally, what the TikTok lawyer saying, well, she may have broken Title IX. No, I didn't. No, I hired white people who had white names at least, to do my music. Misinformation spreads like wildfire. Misinformation has led people to be massively racist towards me and my company. Look, criticizing you is not racism. Okay, I'm sorry, that's not how that works. Spamming my socials, email, and even my LinkedIn with anti-black racism, death threats, images of lynchings, the KKK, and other racist imagery. Share. I'd love to see it. Show me where that's happened. Point to the doll where the KKK imagery was sent to you. All of this to say, I am sorry if I made you upset in any way with the contents of this video. I hope this explanation clears things up. Have a nice day, everyone. So that's her trying to cover her ass on the video we just showed. But here's the problem. Oops. According to Social Blade, this racist from Sweet Baby Inc. deleted 17 tweets yesterday before making the statement. I wonder if I could tell you what those tweets might be. Associate narrative designer working on Marvel's Black Panther admits to being a racist while accusing gamers of racism and saying you can't be racist to white people.
Oops.
Oopsie. Do I not have any highlights? I'm trying to find out if I highlighted what not to cover or what to cover, and I don't see any. Refresh. Well, that's unfortunate. I guess we're going to read it. Cool. Go. All right. Let's go. Let's do this thing. All right. Daniel Lalonde is an associate narrator. By the way, this is from March 11th. So we missed this previously because I didn't know that Park Place was writing such amazing pieces on Gamergate. Daniel Lalonde is an associate narrative designer at Cliffhanger Games who is working on Marvel's Black Panther, accused gamers of being racist and claimed you cannot be racist to white people. In the midst of Sweet Baby Inc., employees attempting to cancel Brazilian gamer Cabrutus Rambo and his stream curator list, and the ensuing defense of said actions by outlets such as PC Gamer and Kotaku, Lalonde asserted on March 5th on Twitter, quote, gamers have been really racist lately, and I'm trying to ignore it, but it's hard not to when I see it sometimes. She added, just creating problems in your head. I don't understand the outrage over video games, especially games they have no interest to play. I don't give a shit. Like there's no hatred. There's nothing. I just don't care. I just pointing out the way that you act and how overtly racist it is. You don't have to agree. You can continue to delude yourself that you're not racist, that black people can do no wrong. It's impossible to be racist against white people. I don't fucking care. But I don't take you seriously as a real person. Okay? I don't respect you. And there's no need for me to. I'm not going to play your games. I don't give a shit. But that doesn't mean that you are immune from criticism. It's that simple. In another series of posts on March 7th, she continued to write, quote, I just stopped taking y'all seriously when y'all start running around saying white people can experience racism because I did not suffer through 2020 for y'all to act like you weren't an ally of BLM 4 years later. Could it have been something BLM did? Posting that tired-ass screenshot of the Google definition of racism, I just don't care anymore. Lalonde would later admit to being a racist in a response to Riley Man 1080, who wrote, quote, haha, so being appropriately called racist is tiresome, huh? You could try not being a racist. Yeah, I'm racist, so what now? Launders later wrote that if you believe you can be racist towards white people, that makes you racist.
What?
If you think you can be racist to white people, you literally are. Racism and prejudice are not the same thing. Racism is systematic, Lalanders explained. She's black-splaining. White people are not systematically affected negatively by racism. Certain groups of white people throughout history have been affected by prejudice based on where they're from. Launders' comments do not seem to be out of the ordinary. She told Gaming Mag back in July 2020, quote, in gaming, there are very little black characters. It's fucking ridiculous. As black people, we have to come to terms that people are just going to fuck with us. I'm sorry, people are just not going to fuck with us. That sounds like the preferable way of being. You want people to fuck with you? I don't understand. Quote, and I feel like that's the stepping stone for every black person's life, especially as a black, non-binary woman. People are going to hate me because I'm black. Don't give a shit. People, because I'm non-binary, don't care. Because I'm a woman, could not care less. But I don't give a shit.
Non-binary woman. You're not a woman if you're non-binary. What?
Oh,
got him.
Got him. I suddenly care. I don't give a shit. They're going to hate regardless. People are already getting mad at it because it has no white characters in it. But that's kind of the whole point of this game. Damn. Never should have added Keaton and his hot mom. Launders went on to lecture the gaming industry and use her race as a way to get a job. First of all, if you think there aren't great black and other people of color out there, you're lazy as shit. You are not looking. Well, I talked about my friend Damon. Dude's a fucking legend. Yeah. And if you are looking, you are ignoring. I'm very visibly black and proud, and I missed out on opportunities just for those reasons. I think that white people and non-black developers need to do better. If I, an amateur game developer who's doing this for the first time, can find a full staff of 23 people of color, you can do the same. See, your problem is that that's your assumption that is a desirable team to have. Like, you place value in the fact that they're 23 people of color, specifically. Like, that's you.
Talented, and not 23 talented individuals.
I couldn't help but notice you didn't mention your white audio and music department in this rant from March 11th or whatever it was. Furthermore, Lalanders called the industry racist. Black gamers are a very rare category because the gaming industry is so racist. It's really important for black gamers to get together and show support for one another because it's hard out here when you want to enjoy things, but people are being blatantly super fucking anti-black towards you. It's just hard to have fun when everything around you is hate. Marvel's Black Panther was announced back in 2023. I don't think I care about any of this stuff. It's an incredibly rare opportunity to build a new team around the values of diversity, collaboration, empowerment. When again, I don't think any of this matters. I was going to skip that anyway. Okay, so there's her telling like, yes, I'm racist. You got me.
So imagine me, Reese, and Lance like making a game developer company, and we can't do half the shit. Like, we're trying to make a game where we're failing miserably. It's like, yeah, we're all fucking crippled. Like, how the fuck are we supposed to make a game?
Yeah. We're all crippled, and that's what we wanted.
I was wondering why you were leaving me and Random 11 out. I was like, what do you all have in common that we got left out? Oh, crippled.
We're all fucking disabled. Like,
disabled.
I'm glad I'm not mentally handicapped enough to be included in the group.
I don't know. Maybe you are. That's a good bit. You're a bit slow in the uptake there, Brad.
A former Sweet Baby
our errand boy.
A former Sweet Baby Inc. employee has addressed the clip where they claim they won't hire white people. In response, former coworkers have pointed out the danger they were put in after inflammatory statements attacking white people were unwillingly attached to their designs. Negron, the malevolent says, I don't believe it is true when you say you want your team to be safe. You have failed to do so with us, your first group. You put fuck white people on the graphic of the character I designed and it put many to all of us in jeopardy. I was being stalked and would have episodes. I'm sure there's more to that, but I don't care. So this is the artwork. This is the one you're talking about. Anoki ol Hikataka. On God. That should be oh God. Fuck white people. Cosplaying a kin is just wearing your everyday outfit. Wow. So they said, yes, this is the one I drew that she wrote fuck white people on and made people come after me. Danny, you used to be a very good friend to me, but you have stopped taking accountability and being careful with how you navigate public online spaces. That is to say, you are not careful with your wording and how you go about spreading a certain message. That one negrox. That's like Latinx for the N-word. All right. In other news, unless you guys have something you want to say about that, or chats, or their chats, other chats. There's chats, right? There are too many white people in Tetris. Damn! Oh, it stings. You're right. These people focus on the wrong things and don't give a shit about video games. Yes. They see racism everywhere because they are looking at their reflection. It's most likely illegal. Rules for thee. We have no white people on our team. Just screams diversity. Yeah, review the PS5. Nice. Okay. All right. So, Reflector Entertainment and Bandai Namco's Unknown 9 Awakening has been added to Sweet Baby Inc. Detected list. So, just another game that got added. Cabrutus Rambo added it before last podcast, but we didn't cover it back then just to save time. It says here in the entry credits that co-founder of Sweet Baby Inc., David Bedard and Kim Belair are in the credits. So David Bedard is known for brand content manager at Reflector Entertainment, and Kim Belair, story architect at Sweet Baby Inc., worked on the game. That's why it's being added to the group thing. Says here, in the Steam forums for this new upcoming game, they started mass banning everyone who mentioned Sweet Baby or said negative things about games being woke. It was a total purge. They wiped out around 99% of the forum. Quote, you people will never learn. Another flop game pushing an agenda. Just make a good game and leave your politics out of it. Incoming post delete. So they took the girl who played Yennefer in The Witcher. And again, I just remind you, previously, they specifically cast this girl to challenge beauty standards on The Witcher. Okay? Mark Kern is arguing that she is so pretty in real life, hard disagree, and she looks hideous in game. It doesn't look so bad from the side. But in The Witcher, it's like, oh. I mean, she's not ugly. It's one of those things where it's like, she's not ugly, but you're like, really? This? Anyway, moving on. So we looked at this last podcast. I want to read it again real quick. Hey guys, I added another game to my curated list. The game is called Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. And as shown in this physical copy of the Edge magazine, it involves Kim Belair of Sweet Baby Inc. I have waited a bit before deciding to add this one because a dev from Flintlock team reached out to me through my mail. stating that they eradicated the SBI part and basically remade it completely. At this point, together with my staff, I have decided to give them the chance to prove this, allowing us access to the game pre-release and asking their manager to have a conversation with me. They openly refused on both points, leaving me without any way to confirm that they were what they were telling to us. This doesn't speak very well about them. So yeah, new game in the list. Now, we talked about this last podcast from the perspective of it is alarming that the progenitor of the list is able to basically say, give me early access to your game and we'll see if I keep you on the list. That's like the mafia like threatening you with protection, right? Like you have to pay for their protection so they don't fuck up your store or whatever, right? So we expressed a little bit of concern there. It just didn't seem like that good of an idea. But now we're going to look at why it was removed and everything. Report: Sweet Baby Inc. ruined A44 Games' Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, and race swapped the main character and made other significant DEI changes. A new report claims that Sweet Baby Inc. ruined A44 Games' upcoming game, Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. So this is a recap of what we just read. Following the game being added to the Sweet Baby Inc. Detected list, former World of Warcraft team lead Mark Kern reported the game had been ruined by Sweet Baby Inc.'s influence. Kern shared information he received from a source that he describes as, quote, seems very knowledgeable about the studio's inner workings. First, he shared proof Sweet Baby Inc. ruins games. SBI game Flintlock by A44 Games has been overrun by woke. Quote, I used to work there. Flintlock was a good project with lots of potential. Then it was ruined. Kern continued, before I go further, please note that this is a rumor from a source that seems very knowledgeable about the studio's inner workings. Take that as it is. If others would like to clarify, please DM me anonymously. The CEO and COO at A44 are no longer with the company, but the damage seems to have been done. The good devs at A44, I will tell you how to fix it at the end of this thread. Did you know the protagonist of Flintlock used to be white? When COO and casting director Andrea Tops-Harjo joined the studio, her first actions were to change the character to hire Sweet Baby Inc. and change the main character to POC. I think he fucked up. He should have said her first actions were to hire Sweet Baby Inc. and change the main character to a person of color. This marked the beginnings of the problems with the game and studio. Andrea Tops-Harjo is rumored to have used the company's funds and manpower to power her personal agenda and projects on initiatives not related to the game or even the studio itself. One such initiative that I found is Inclusion Effects, a VFX company and advocacy company with shades of Sweet Baby Inc. Here's the bio for the company. She held this position at Flintlock at the same time she ran Inclusion Effects. I asked and confirmed, yeah, I have witnessed our UI artists making art assets for its website as their sprint tasks. Not sure what that means, but I'm guessing the artists at A44 were made to work on Inclusion Effects' website.
Sprint is a project management style where they assign tasks every sprint, and there's a scrum master. Anyways, agile work development.
Yeah, so like after your morning meeting, here's your action steps for the day.
Yeah, usually it's like a week, but yeah.
Yeah. As an aside, Sweet Baby Inc. CEO Kim Belair did an interview with Inclusion Effects where she declared one of her company's main goals was taking over the video game industry through woke hiring practices. This is the one with the cat skulls everywhere, which I've got right here. We can look at this short form version of it.
writing, narrative design, story building, story breaking as our first and foremost, but on a secondary level, we work very hard to get marginalized talent into the industry, to protect them the way that we would want to have been protected, to lift them up, and to get them into an industry where they're too often shut out. And basically, I think to take over in the hopes.
It's a fucking miracle. I even saw the intro to the podcast tonight because I haven't seen any of these videos. Oof. So, so Mark Kern continues. Aside from working with Sweet Baby Inc. and making changes to the game, Audrea also directed numerous changes in HR in her role as COO. In 2021, most developers were denied raises and evaluations were postponed for at least 6 months. Audrea told HR to inform anyone who complained or asked questions that the reason is because I said so. She also ordered the HR department to hide the salaries of the top execs of the company. HR tried to help, but were unable to get past this. The team was worried about the studio finances. Meanwhile, the new hires and changes to the game resulted in a project where these people know nothing about how a video game is made. After nearly 2 years of these DEI changes at A44, the damage had been done. At this point, the studio was purchased for $175 million, an unusually high sum for a small studio, by the way, by Kepler Interactive in September of 2021, a gaming collective fund whose founder also founded the Kowloon Knights Gaming Fund. It was at this point that Audrea, the CEO, left the company. Perhaps this was the start of a cleanup of the game's troubles? Mark Kern then shared, quote, "The state of the game is unknown at this time, but it is believed to be in shambles after this 2-year round of DEI changes. As we now know, A44 reached out to Cabrutus to refute Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement, saying they are no longer involved and all their changes reversed. But when Cabrutus asked for proof, they refused to speak to him any further. Here's my advice to Kepler and the good folks left holding the bag at A44. You reverted the SBI changes. Good. Announce that you have terminated services with SBI and watch your PR soar. Gamers will flock to you. Don't try to hide it. Keep your main character a person of color, but don't tokenize the character. Make it a great character with quality writing, one we can all love. Remove any sermons or preachiness or anti-white, anti-male racism and sexism from the game if it still remains. Don't lecture your audience. Embrace the gamer, and they will embrace you. Good luck and my genuine best wishes." To sum up the Flintlock Sweet Baby disaster, stick a chick in it and make her gay and lame. The Kathleen Kennedy of games. So this is Audrea Tops Harjo, producer and Inclusion Effects founder. Yikes. So then he goes on to say, update. Lissy K, ops manager for Kepler Interact, that studio we were just talking about, the studio that purchased A44 Games, is not happy with me breaking the story on Flintlock. A quick review of her homepage shows funding source is woke. Seems they won't be taking my advice or be honest with Cabrutos Rambo about SBI involvement in their game. That's too bad. That was money advice. So this is Lissy K saying, I'm absolutely fuming, vibrating off the fucking plane of reality, playing Animal Crossing. I mean, what? This piss weak pseudo-journalism that the far-right gamergators are taking is so vile. Incredible to see in real time and closer to home how wrong Grums is and how damaging he and his weird troop are. So this is from their website. Here's my story. Good day, I'm Lissy, a video game producer by trade with a particular love for building and leading happy and engaged teams. I've grown diverse studios, shipped games, solved a million problems. I'm the force multiplier with a pinch of optimism. Sounded a moment ago like you were literally shaking. Is that optimism? Only a pinch of optimism, I understand. I thrive in the strategic business world in order to create solid foundations for creativity. Anyway, she's the producer and co-founder of Girl Geek Academy. She's currently a senior operations and grown manager of Kepler Interactive, as well as advisor for the Kowloon Knights Games Fund. She's also a board member of Big Screen, a frequent advisor at Game Funds and public speaker. Previous to this, she formed her production career at League of Geeks, a Melbourne independent game studio, with her last role being production director, which saw her shaping the production department and broader team. Forever looking to improve and learn, Lissy is also an executive MBA candidate at Australia's top business school, graduating in August of 2024. Flintlock funding ops manager of owners Kepler Interactive is now claiming harassment after she had a meltdown over my story on funding wokeness ruining the studio. She went protected immediately. So how could she have received any harassment? More lies. Note, she linked to, it should say, take this, not think this, the government-funded campaign against gamers. So this is her account. Thanks for clicking. Here's a good resource. TakeThis.org, that thing we looked at before. In preservation mode due to targeted online harassment. If you want to reach out, please use regular channels. If you're experiencing online harassment, please review Take This' amazing resource here. So he's saying that she's claiming that she's being harassed, but how could she be harassed if immediately she went protected? Like, people can't harass her because she's in protected mode. Yeah, people are saying preservation can't even spell. In preservation mode.
She's shaking too much to be able to type properly.
Yeah. Literally shaking all over this keyboard. Lastly, Kepler Interactive's ops manager, Lisick, has deleted her account. She had previously been upset with me for exposing Flintlock's Sweet Baby situation. Why do they always hide? Anybody have thoughts on that before we move on?
Nope.
Video game developers reportedly make characters androgynous to cater to transgenderism. Multiple video game companies are reportedly making their characters androgynous in order to cater to transgender ideology. Gamers have noticed that many of the female characters being created by Western game companies look more like men rather than women. One such example is Lara Croft. YouTuber Melanie Mack, hit piece incoming, has been pointing this out for quite some time. In November 2023, she commented on the character's new redesign. Quote, "They've completely lost sight of the feminine tomboy balance of classic Lara Croft and went full generic lesbian design. Just watch the Netflix show make it canon. Dreading it." Just last month, she also shared, so Crystal Dynamics' new unified Lara Croft is Leon Kennedy, confirmed. It is a very trans-friendly face. Back in 2021, Horizon Forbidden West was also criticized for making Aloy look more like a man. Or, as one user on Twitter put it, why does Aloy look like Buzz from Home Alone now? Only because they didn't have a picture of Augie. Yes.
Oh, I did it on purpose. In this case, rape.
All right. I trust those played.
I
don't know which one you clicked on, but I put but in this case, rape.
I clicked on it, but I did it on purpose.
Oh, I did. That was an even better one. I'm glad you got it. All right. More recently, Harlequin in Suicide Squad Killed the Justice League was also criticized for the side-by-side comparison showing how Harley's curves were removed or significantly toned down when comparing it to Arkham Knight's. So I don't know what's going on here, but it also seems like her outfit is inverted. The red is on the right side here. It's on the left side here, right? It's like flipped.
It's mirrored. It's like it's mirrored.
Yeah. I don't know. Not quite sure. In 2020, just before Naughty Dog was about to release The Last of Us Part 2, an alleged seasoned artist informed Sausage Roll. I'm going to actually read it from here because it's fucking bonkers, except for the article was deleted. So let me go ahead and grab that like a... there, that's the one. Nice. Naughty Dog made female characters less feminine to be trans-friendly. This is from April 28th, 2020. New screenshots reveal that all the female characters in The Last of Us Part 2 have been made to look more androgynous, allegedly to not offend trans women. In case you didn't know, this is a woman. Possibly, in this article, they say possibly a trans character. I don't know if that ever got confirmed. Yeah, by the way, I'll just say it one more time. Uncharted Lesbian Legacy. That's what this is.
You still bought it.
Completions. Couldn't help it. But I bought it used. And will I actually play it? Who knows? It was also, I think, the cheapest of the Uncharted I bought. Funny how that works. Let's see. I could be talking out of my ass. I don't know. Of course, it's the very bottom ones in the stack. Nice job, me. All right. Uncharted. Well, that's $9.99. Uncharted 4 was $7.99. No, it was the most expensive, $12.99. I hope that the lesbian action is great. The lesbian action where their boobs were neutered and anyway, so it says here the characters in The Last of Us Part 2 are designed in such a way to not make trans people feel uncomfortable. Every single new character introduced in the sequel does not have definitive feminine or masculine qualities. Ellie and Dina specifically have been remodeled to look less feminine. It even seems as if Ellie has completely changed since they first revealed her in The Last of Us Part 2. Meaning that they revealed her and then redid it. Like they completely remodeled her to look less feminine. We spoke to a seasoned artist who has worked as a character designer for several AAA games, and he admitted that, quote, "This is the new norm." Again, this is the new norm as of 2020. It's not really about the sexual objectification of women, he explained. Women, like men, come in all shapes and sizes. To say that having big, busty women is unrealistic is untrue. This is only true for trans people. A trans woman can't naturally grow large breasts, and not all trans people can afford implants. If you see a game where the women are a little less curvy, it's not because the game designers are worried about receiving backlash for sexualizing women. It's because they are worried about offending the trans community. From a design standpoint, this is a really challenging problem. I've had many board meetings about how to tackle this. Trans people want realistic representation in our games, but they feel excluded if they are represented as too masculine or too feminine. That's why you will see a lot of designers nerfing the female form, so to speak, so that the difference between the trans women and the cis women is a little less noticeable. So effectively what they're saying is, if you're going to have trans characters side by side with male or female characters, then you need the male and female characters to look less hyper masculine or hyper feminine, so that in comparison, the trans people don't look as weird. Now, continuing over here. YouTuber Yellow Flash, while speaking with former team lead for World of Warcraft Mark Kern, said, quote, "I was told it was done to be ambiguous, to make everybody feel okay and included. They're purposely trying to walk a line here so that they don't offend queer people. That's what I was told. Now take that with a grain of salt." Then Mark Kern had this to say.
Looks like that person above had way too many grains of salt. I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, just...
Is this an AI image?
Yeah.
Okay. It looks like somebody that I know on YouTube.
But I mean, it looks like an AI image, and I know Flash does use AI images in their thumbnails, so I assume it is.
All of a sudden, his name escapes me completely. On Minecraft, MC Gamer, was that his name?
Yeah, maybe.
He played his skin was like Giovanni from Pokemon.
I don't remember.
I've seen probably one. There was one video he did where he was on camera, and I this is not a dig at him whatsoever, but he has very similar facial structure to this guy. He was not nearly this fat. He was a little overweight, and that was him coming onto camera was about him dealing with being gay and overweight and dealing with it. I'm just saying it looks just like MC Gamer. This is not a dig at him. I wish he has, all the best and everything, but I don't know. It just looks like him. Anyway, I'm going to play the clip now. Here it is.
I think they're shooting themselves in the foot for Asia, because Asia really wants beautiful women in their games. I'll tell you another story about World of Warcraft. We had a massive problem in one of our leading countries, which Korea was the leading gaming market at the time. China was still nascent. And
StarCraft,
because StarCraft saved that country. Because of StarCraft, there's whole books on how it saved their economy, and brought them into the internet age. But with World of Warcraft, we had a Horde Alliance imbalance problem in Korea. Nobody was playing Horde. They were only playing Alliance, and the ratio was like more than 3-1, much worse than anywhere else in the world. And we were scratching our heads trying to figure this out. And so I said I said, get me every Korean gaming magazine, there wasn't, and every website, give them all to me. And I sat in my office, and I don't read Korean, but I just plowed through and I looked at all the screenshots and all the games that were popular and coming out. And I said, hey, all of their evil races have beautiful women in them. And if you look at our Horde, we only have monster-looking women, which is its own demographic. I'm not knocking it, but it's a small demographic.
Monster women demographic.
So that's when you change the elf queen over?
That's why we have blood elves.
Yeah. You see that collage of all the Western gaming women?
Yeah.
Let me pull that up. Hold on.
And China is such a huge part of the market. I think that's going to hurt AAA. It's like if they go out there and their local games have beautiful women, but the U.S. imports do not. That's going to be a big ding in Asia for them.
I'll tell you, 1 minute and 47 seconds does not seem like a long time until it's silent and you can't watch the fucking video. All right. So again, no shade being thrown here at all, but this is the guy I'm talking about. Now, if he made a video saying, I don't know, he made a video coming out. He looked like this and he said, like, I'm having a hard time. Like with my family, you know, they don't accept me because I'm gay and I'm fat and I'm trying to lose weight. Now imagine that you Pokemon evolve him to the next level and he's gotten more gay and more fat. Am I wrong? And more blind. Even his glasses evolved. All right, anyway. Any thoughts on that? Because I couldn't watch the fucking video, so I don't even know.
They basically just said that China, or Korea,
Asians love beautiful women, and they're affecting that market, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to throw this in here.
They said specifically that Asians like women, and they added blood elves to World of Warcraft to support that.
Yeah. So, Julie, because you didn't get to hear it, Mark Kern, the guy who developed World of Warcraft, was saying that they noticed that nobody played Horde in World of Warcraft in Asia because they were so ugly. So they had to make blood elves, which were hot, so that people would play in Asian servers, the Horde characters. So this person put together a nice little thing here to showing just how fucking hideous they're turning all these female game characters. This one kind of looks like that Harjo, Audrey Harjo or whatever, Audria. Kind of looks like that one who turned the Flintlock girl into a black girl. But yeah, like massive, disgustingly bad step down. Are these even the same person? Holy shit, I would sue. Yeah, no. I don't even know what to make of that. Like, seriously, are you a man? Was the intent to make you a man? Just hire a fucking man. My favorite thing about this too is they're trying to make this more inclusive to the trans community, but they won't just make a trans character, right? They won't just hire a trans actor. Instead, they're going to hire actual models and just make them ugly.
Dead by Daylight hired a trans person.
You're right. Was it Dead? Yeah, Dead by Daylight. Yeah. Yes, Ricky Berwick as the mocap.
Oh my god!
Yeah. I don't know. This looks like there's our tranny right there. Anyway, yeah, so there's that. Game developer admits the game industry is making games to cater to the LGBTQ agenda. Game developer Ed Führer, the former game lead at Mediatonic Games, the studio behind Fall Guys, took to social media to declare that the video game industry is making games to cater to the LGBTQ plus agenda. According to UKIDS census, 21% of the UK games industry identifies as LGBTQ+. That's 3 times higher than the UK average. 2% is non-binary, 5 times higher. 3% is trans, 3 times higher. We're making the games that represent us. If you want non-woke games, make them your fucking selves. What happened? Okay. And it's worth saying that while LGBTQ plus people are wonderfully overrepresented, I absolutely recognize we still have a lot to do in terms of race, gender, socioeconomic class, etc. Imagine what games will be, what games we'll be making when that's better. Which is code for saying, imagine when we crush the upper class and there's no more white people and no more cis people. Imagine the games we're going to make. Oh my God. Fear's obsession with the video game industry appears accurate. Sorry, observation. Observation of the video game industry appears accurate. If gamers want games that are not woke, they're going to have to make them themselves. And there is a path forward to achieve this. Novelist Brian Niemeyer, known for his Comat Frame X Seed books, as well as his Soul Cycle series, explains that the answer is neo-patronage. What? It almost seems like a perfect time to shill to fund the podcast. He explains that neo-patronage is a concept that advocates the return to a more direct and personal relationship between creators and their audiences. Yes, except for Patreon and fucking Subscribestar and like all the different things that have locked people out for making the kind of content that people actually want, because it has characters who have slender bodies because they're anime style games or something, and like, no, those are children, you can't have that, we can't have you on our platform, get rid of them, right? So yes, quite frankly, make your own games. Yes, also make your own payment processors, also make your own everything. Literally split off into a completely separate economy devoid from the rest of this bullshit.
Make your own internet.
Yeah, everything, right? That's the goal. That's the angle they want, is to control everything so dramatically that you can't survive in the ecosystem they created. He explains that neo-patronage is a concept that advocates a return to more direct personal relationship between creators and audiences. Neo-patronage empowers readers to take up the mantle of Renaissance patrons, actively funding the content they want to see and participating in the creative process alongside their favorite artists. I would just like to say, for $5 a month, you will only pay $60 a year to fund the podcast. And if 2,000 of you did that, which is the current subscriber level of this channel, I mean, that would be $10,000 a month that we would be able to devote the time necessary to really do a good job at this, instead of I would have a dedicated laptop for streaming and a dedicated laptop for the doc, so that none of this bullshit with the articles and the billion tabs happens. And I would only take 1 month to be able to afford that with my $10,000 Patreon. Anyway, so neo-patronage empowers readers to take up the mantle. He specifically advocates for creators to use platforms such as Patreon so they can invite their patrons behind the scenes while offering them exclusive benefits like free books, first access to new works, and avenues for direct interaction like private group chats and Discord Q&As. As for how this model works, Niemeyer shares, quote, as the name suggests, the core of the neo-patronage model. See, I fucking knew it was going to be combat. Fuckers can't even write combat. Combat frame X. I was like, no way. As far as the model works, he shares, as the name suggests, the core director of the access, blah, blah, blah. Furthermore, he knows that this model ensures the creators are connected to the people supporting their work. This direct engagement between creator and audience not only fosters a sense of solidarity, it ensures that creative decisions are driven by reader preferences rather than corporate agendas. By embracing neo-patronage, audiences can transcend the limitations of mainstream media and actively contribute to the cultivation of a healthier, more organic cultural landscape. So, look at Jello Apocalypse. Nobody in his audience had a problem with the Dove for Lovely complex. And I think that the blowback is partly warranted, but overkill. Because at least what he was arguing was true. The show is trash, and the character is psychotic, right? Like, that is, I think, an accurate read on the character and how the show is and how it feels watching it. If he had not released that post publicly without it being behind a paywall, nobody that he was catering to, his audience, nobody would have fucking cared. Not a single person. As Niemeyer writes on Twitter, the corporations have no intention of moving away from their agendas, but customers can move away from them. He states, hoping that woke mega corporations will go back to making a product for you is a long wait for a ship that's never coming in. Much faster and better to seek out creators who will make the entertainment you want on demand. And your furry porn. All right, so we got another one here, which I didn't upload. Fuck me. All right, like I said, you don't really need to hear this one. It doesn't matter. This person says, it's funny seeing grifters and incels being all, quote, I hate this woke shit being in my games, getting shoved in my face, when in reality, 80% of the time, the woke shit in question is so subtle that the game can, in the game, that they can easily just do this. Stunning and brave.
Lived forever.
Okay, hold on. Don't worry.
The idea was him swinging away.
No, that's all right. I got it. Spider-Man, archived so that... Fuck. So this doesn't happen. Which one will load faster? Haha! Yes! Yes, take that. Come on, we got this. Oh. Haha! Oh. It's a 10-second video! Oh my god!
We have a comment from Rumble.
Oh.
Hi.
Hello. I can't see the
I
comment.
have no idea what that's about.
Thanks, Pooplicker 9000. Can I see your huge t-shirt? What?
No idea what that's about.
I guess. Wait till we get to our
So
merch
sweet.
plug segment. Yeah. Anyway, that's not going to load. So just over here, you've seen it before on the show, is the rainbow wall with the billion fucking trans flags and like all the different we call them, what do they call it? The pronoun flags, I guess. And then the character lands.
LGBTQ flags.
Thank you. Lands and looks over there and then just swings away. Like, you could just easily do this, acting like it's in your face and you can't avoid it. Oh, really? Okay, well, what do we have here? Let's see. Subtle. Gay flags everywhere. Gay side missions where you have to help a guy ask his boyfriend out on a date. Gay NPCs. Rich white guys stealing black people's jazz instruments. BLM graffiti. Mary Jane bitches about Peter being a terrible boyfriend and a cuck. And also, she's Snake now. I don't know what that means. Peter constantly telling Miles he's better than him.
So,
I think it means...
funny story. Somebody walked in and we were having a brief conversation where I'm at, and I genuinely thought my end wasn't loading. It wasn't the video, but my end was like lagging. So I'm like, oh shit, I got to restart my computer or something until I actually put back in my headphones.
Sorry, I made you wait that long.
Oh, it's fine. I was like, oh shit. Oh, it's just that. It's just the stupid Twitter video that will never load for you for whatever fucking reason.
So you were saying that snake means shriek, that they auto-corrected away from shriek?
Scream.
Scream? I don't know.
So it's one of the symbiote characters.
Symbiote, yeah. Also, this gaming gem of playing as a deaf black girl in a superhero game doing graffiti. Holy shit. And the only attractive female character in the whole game, she's a lesbian now because why not? Attractive is a strong word. Them some stains on those teeth, huh? Marginally better looking than Mary Jane, though. Oh, accurate. You mean when devs mistook a Cuban flag for a Puerto Rican flag? Or that Spanish dub that offended just about every Spanish-speaking South American who played and heard it because the language was butchered to be progressive? That kind of accurate? In Spanish, there is only masculine and feminine. Doctor or doctora. Un or una. Whatever, you get it. So either you're Dr. Young in important. I'm not gonna read it anyway. No X or E woke crap, meaning like no Latinx, which is what they were doing. They were taking the gendered language out of the language of Spanish.
Can't say Latino or Latina. You have to say Latinx or whatever bullshit.
Somebody said, "Can somebody explain to me why there is a Cuban flag inside and outside of Miles Morales' apartment when he and Rio are Portorian?" That's a Star Wars reference now. Puerto Rican, I'm guessing, is the long form of that. And very proud about it in the previous game. Good job. Yeah, so I guess in the difference is the Puerto Rican flag has this part blue and the stripes are red. Is that correct, Random 11?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is in reference to this isn't diversity, equity, inclusion. This is us being, we need to be accurate. If we want to continue to tell impactful stories, we have to be accurate, which again, showing the inaccuracies, the butchering of the language and stuff. Yeah, that is your DEI. Anyway, Brianna Wu once recently said, or I guess in 2020 said, "Can you make the women characters look like they aren't sex workers now?" To which Lunar Archivist was sharing that I guess in Brianna Wu's own game, this is how the characters look. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I want to play that with the front bulge and everything. Yeah, and I just love this because it's like this is the crowd that said like, all the characters are too they're objectifying women and we need representation of real women. But when they have their own fucking podcast and they look like literal monsters, they've got an artist to draw them all cute. But this is how the logo should look. Anyway, that's it for Gamergate this week in Gamergate. Do you have any rights stuff?
Thank fucking God.
Thank fucking God, right? That was one of the shortest installments on it, and it'll only hopefully get more short.
No rights stuff.
Poop Licker says, wasn't subtle in Borderlands 3. I'm gay. I don't like the flag stuff personally. Look, I honestly, most, like, before the modern LGBTQ movement, trans people didn't want to have some weird pronoun power play. They wanted to be viewed as the thing they wanted to transition into. That's fucking it. Then we've got this group that's decided that it's a path to power to control other people by policing the language they can use. And they have royally fucked up the whole movement for anybody who just wanted to be allowed to have sex with who they wanted to have sex with that isn't a child, or become the sex of whatever they wanted to become, and just let people acknowledge, I am this, I am not they, them, Z-Zer, or any of that nonsense. I don't need a billion fucking flags when the goddamn rainbow flag is good enough. Like, I don't need it to be my entire identity. These people used to be, I want to be accepted in society as a gay man. Not society must accept me, I'm gay. I thought She's Snake Now was a reference to sneaking missions where she takes out all the bad guys with stealth takedowns like Snake from Metal Gear Solid. Oh, that could be.
But that would mean she's cool.
But it's not a big deal. Let's not say gay people did this, okay? Yeah, well, honestly, and this is the thing, is that it's not about, gay people versus straight people or anything like that. It is about control freaks and people who want to be left the fuck alone. And there are plenty of people in the want to be left alone category that the gay Gestapo would like to claim as theirs. Like yourself, Poop Licker 9000. Your name seems literal now that I know your orientation, and I hate it. No one I know likes this.
This is all in good fun. We're
Yes.
not
Happy to
being
have you here, Poop Licker.
derogatory or whatever.
All right. Do you have Right Stuff up? Did you say there was none?
There's nothing there.
Okay, so we can open
We've
it.
only had like 3 days. Actually, technically 2.
That's true. Wow. Truly incredible.
Nothing new.
We already went through these. Cool. Buddy Daddies. Definitely a top buy. All
Oh
right.
shit! Hold on. What was that Naruto? Was that new?
Wait! Naruto!
Wait, hold on. Is that new or have we covered that? I can't remember.
I think we did. Set 3 Blu-ray. God
Oh, you
fucking knows. This ain't Right Stuff. This is cheap shit Crunchyroll.
Oh, they changed it. What the fuck?
Yeah, they
How
fucked
could you
up
even
again.
Harder. They used to have like 20 on this page.
Let me show you my huge shirt. If you would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to shop at stealthweeb.com, where you can buy such huge shirts. Which one would be the hugest shirt? Which one would I promote as huge? I guess the Donut Commander shirt. Yes. Donut Commander.
I was gonna say one of the Golden Boy ones because I've been watching Golden Boy, and that's oh my gosh, it's so good. It's so good.
Donut Commander or Sugar? What do you mean you've been watching
Sugar's
Golden Boy?
pretty
You haven't finished? It's only 6 episodes.
I was watching it with somebody else.
website. Taking your sweet fucking time.
Jesus! Catastrophic loading on this internet. Oh my god. I need to get a dedicated line out here. Why? What? Did I break my website somehow?
When you click on sugar?
I clicked on Donut Commander. Now I'm clicking on Sugar.
Okay, yeah. It's loading fine for me.
Weird. Yeah, anyway, so it goes all the way to 3XL if you need a huge shirt. Also, you can shop at ocapodcast.com/store. You can buy such incredible things as Bloodbath and Beyond, commemorative of episode 50 of the OCA podcast.
Oh yeah, Donut Commander doesn't load. It's loading weird for me for that one too.
That's unfortunate.
Exactly like yours was.
Fuck. Guess you can't. Well, you can still probably buy it, but I don't know.
It's all. This is all fucked up.
Wonderful.
You have to look at that one.
I'll have to update WordPress and see if it improves. Or WooCommerce. Tokyo police arrest 2 men for theft of a 4.98 million yen Yu-Gi-Oh card. Which card do you think it is?
Some weird promo card.
It's bold, so I already saw it. So now I don't get to guess.
Oh,
The heart of the cards.
I would have assumed that because that's like one of my. It's either Dark Magician Girl, Blue Eyes, or Dark Magician. Like that, it's gonna be those 3, honestly.
So the heart of the cards
be like a signed Blue Eyes. There's no way.
It's the one that was torn in half by Seto Kaiba himself.
Oh, what a
newly restored.
I would have wanted the waterlogged Exodia card.
Yeah, the waterlogged Exodias. The heart of the cards had the law on its side. Shortly before 5 o'clock on the evening of March 13th, a man in his 20s walked into Fuku. Nice. A collectible trading card shop in Tokyo's Otaku district of Akihabara. After looking over the wares, he asked the staff if he could have one of the cards removed from the showcase so that he could inspect it more closely. The staff obliged his request and handed him the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This was a rare and valuable version of the classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Monster card, which Fuku was selling for $33,500 Rather than pay the full price or try to haggle the store down, though, the man grabbed the card and ran off. Once outside the store, he hopped into a car that had been waiting about 100 meters down the road, which then drove away with the thief and the stolen Blue Eyes White Dragon.
This is an insurance fraud.
You think?
100%.
Like he parked exactly outside the view of the camera, kind of thing.
Yeah, guys, that That one that he stole, it was worth so much money. 33,000. Trust us.
Yeah.
He just stole it.
This specific branch of Fuku, the Akihabara collection.
Unless they get into why that card was worth $33,000, I don't believe him.
Mm-hmm. It says here, the Akihabara collection card specialty shop branch doesn't currently appear on Google Street View, but ironically, the location looks to have previously been a security camera shop. Oh, that's funny. I don't want people to know who I want to have sex with. Stay out of my personal life. I also don't want to know, so, but it seemed relevant. The name? Oh no, I'm a medium, but I do like a bear. Well, you've got a good option for clothes for them to wear.
What happened to this part?
What part?
You seem to be going against what you said here.
No, because he said I'm gay, but I don't like the flag stuff personally, but it's not a big deal. Let's not say gay people did this, okay? No one I know likes this. Remember that. I don't want people to know who I want to have sex with. Stay out of my
But
personal
I'm
life.
going to tell you anyway.
No, this was in no. That was in reference to me saying there are two types of people. It's not gay versus straight. It's the control freaks and the people who want to be left alone, right? So I think that was in reference to that.
Okay,
like I'm part of the group. I don't want people to know.
He's still telling us the details that he said he didn't want to tell. I don't know. Anyway,
your name is Poop Licker 9000, so I'm just saying, man. Just saying. All right. Anyway, so
we appreciate the view, though.
Yeah, I hope you're enjoying. But just as your luck will eventually run out if you're running risky strategies in a card game, the two men involved in the robbery have been found and arrested. On Friday, officers from Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Investigation Division 3 announced that they have arrested a pair of 22-year-old men, Sora Takashino and Kanta Sanmi.
They didn't get the card back, though.
Investigation Division 3 seems to be the section of the police force that deals with thefts, burglaries, purse snatching, and pickpocketing, not a special task force formed to solve otaku-related capers. Takashino has admitted to being the one who entered the store and stole the cards, saying, quote, "I did it to have money for living and entertainment expenses."
There was no mistake.
Yeah. Sanmi, meanwhile, has only admitted to driving the car, but says, "I didn't think that Takashino had stolen anything," and would apparently like investigators to believe he's just that chill, that if he sees an acquaintance running down the street who then jumps into his car, he doesn't have any questions about what they're up to.
I don't know if
bro, you jogging? Hop in.
I don't know if you guys got the commercial in the States, but there was a commercial here where it was like, I can't remember what the commercial was. It was like a grocery store or some store that had a really good deal. And so the customer goes into the store and sees the good deal and then runs out of the store and in the parking lot goes like, start the car.
Oh, yeah. And they're like, they mischarged me. And it's like, no, you didn't. You just got a great deal. Yeah, we had that commercial.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. Sanmi has been identified as a resident of Tokyo's Toshima ward, while Takashino has no fixed address. The sign of a criminal! Neither of the two men is employed. The other sign of a criminal. On the night of the robbery, roughly 3 hours after the incident took place, the men say that they sold the stolen Blue Eyes White Dragon that may or may not have actually existed.
Come on now.
At a different store in Ikebukuro for 1 million yen. So hold on. What was it worth? 4.5 million? 4.98 million. Wow, it took a hard loss there, bro. How that's not even that wouldn't even pay rent for a month. Like, Or was it? For 1 million yen. Presumably deeply discounting it so they could transfer the stolen property into cash as quickly as possible. It's unclear what happened to the card after that, as well as whether or not the money the men got from the sale
all the money. God
has already
fucking
been
damn it.
spent or not. Japan's traditionally low crime rates have, for quite some time, meant that many stores operate with what would be considered very relaxed security protocols in other countries. With a recent rash of card thefts and smash-and-grab robberies, merchants may have to rethink how much merchandise access they give to customers pre-purchase. Damn. All right, let's talk about this. In an obvious callback now, a K-pop idol apologizes for enjoying Coca-Cola. Felix Yongbok Lee, a member of the Korean boy band Stray Kids, has been facing backlash and was recently made to apologize for enjoying Coca-Cola during a live stream on social media. During a live stream on March 17th, Felix was eating chicken and answering questions from fans. After a viewer asked, "Do you want something to drink?" Felix showed Coca-Cola and had a drink from it. Several fans suddenly demanded an apology, asking, "Why are you drinking Coca-Cola? What are you, insane?" When I first read this, I thought it was like, because in Korea, the Korean flag looks like the Pepsi logo, right? So they're like, no, represent, must drink Pepsi, no Coke. As it turns out, many consumers in South Korea and other countries have been boycotting Coca-Cola and other products because they continue to operate in Russia following the Ukraine invasion. In response to the criticism, Felix apologized, saying, quote, "I'm sorry for showing the Coca-Cola bottle." Fucker, that is a can. "I didn't mean to hurt anyone, but I'll be more careful next time. I'm really sorry." You basically murdered all the Ukrainian children by drinking that Coca-Cola. It is not the first time a K-pop idol had to apologize to fans like Felix. In January, N-Hypen's Jake came under fire for drinking Starbucks coffee during a live broadcast. La Seraphim's Hugh Yoon-jin also apologized because of a Starbucks logo that was visible in a photo posted on social media. Fans who lashed out at Jake and Yoon-jin have been critical of Starbucks, which is labeled a pro-Israel company. Holy fuck, what a world we live in! Oh my God! Like, we have gotten to the point where people have been canceled so often and for such bullshit reasons. The minefield is unnavigatable now. You cannot get through it without getting blown to bits. Can't even have a fucking coffee. Jesus. All right. Winding things down. A woman was swindled out of 900,000 yen by a fake astronaut. Did he by chance sell you a blue eyes white dragon?
America.
Appreciate that art, though.
Yeah, America.
I don't know. I feel like it would be a fun experiment to draw the body in here with the arms that go way out and down. I don't know, man. I think it would be what's the Daredevil creator's name that draws the weird anatomy?
Rob. It's not Daredevil. It's
something Feld?
Deadpool. Yeah, something.
Did I say Daredevil? I meant Deadpool. Yeah, Leadfeld or something. Anyway,
Leafield.
Leafield.
Yep, Leafield. Okay. A Shiga Prefecture woman was swindled out of over 900,000 yen late in February by a man she met on Instagram claiming to be the astronaut Satoshi Furukawa. The woman in her 50s, living in Higashiomi City in Shiga Prefecture, received a message from the fake astronaut saying, "Hello from the International Space Station." I know we have covered this scam before.
It does sound familiar now. I need $50,000 or I can't get back to Earth.
Yeah, that's it. Please, I need to buy space fuel. Wire money to my account. She then received a series of messages from the scammer saying things such as, the contract for the internet I use on Earth has expired, and I discovered an asteroid containing important elements, and I need your help in transporting it. The woman believed the story and sent a total of over 900,000 yen when she was asked to transfer cash for planetary shipping fees. Oh, fuck! Julie. Are women this dumb?
Come on.
Okay, so you're a single lady in your 50s?
Okay.
A man reaches out to you on Instagram claiming that he is an astronaut, and he says, hello from the International Space Station. Red flag?
Yes.
Okay, but wait, hold on.
No.
What if he told you?
It's like he was a Saudi Arabian prince and he needed my help.
What if he told you that the contract for the internet he uses on Earth has expired and he discovered an asteroid containing important elements and needs your help transporting it because he needs you to pay the planetary shipping fees?
Who fell for this?
A woman in her 50s in Japan.
Was she part of that weird cult?
Which one?
The happy whatever.
Happy Science Cult? I don't think so.
Oh my gosh, no.
So it says here, the woman believed the story and sent a total of over 900,000 yen when she was asked to transfer cash for planetary shipping fees. However, she became suspicious the day after she made the transfer and called the police. You know what?
No,
planetary shipping fees? Who is he paying? Why wouldn't the government pay that? Only to learn the news that the actual Satoshi Furukawa had already returned to Earth. Damn! Fuck! What a terrible shame. So I don't know if you guys saw it. I'm trying to open up Discord right now so I can grab it. I recently shared a thing in the shared media channel on the mods channel of a guy
that only the hosts are access to.
Yes, I'm about to bring everybody else in on the joke. Hold on. So most of the podcast, like most of doing this in general, is saving literally every single thing that I see. Sometimes there is a very strong chance it won't end up on podcast, and so I just send it on Discord somewhere, knowing if I need it, I can go find it. This is one of those times. Here it is. Okay, so this is the energy I'm getting out of this baller move to swindle a woman claiming that you're an astronaut, and it working. It's the fact that it worked. That's the important lesson here. So I saw this. I don't even know if this is real, but I saw this this post here where this guy claims he downloaded an app that uses your camera and makes it look like you're live streaming somewhere and have tons of followers. For fuck's sake, not that you could goddamn watch it. Jeez. Anyway, I'll just...
You want to send it to me?
Yes.
I'll stream it.
Yes, please. Please, Renus. Here it comes. It's in the private chat.
Okay. Oh, wait, no, I gotta open this one. Fucking... You want audio too, don't you?
Yes. I mean, it doesn't really matter about the audio. It's more about just pointing out what's going on. I don't think you need the audio.
Okay.
Don't worry about the audio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have to change browsers. New window.
It's in the private chat. Literally anybody here could open it. Help a McReese out. Anyway, so I'll just walk you guys down what it is. So basically, he purports it as though it's an app that uses the camera on your phone so that it looks as though you're live streaming with a ton of followers. Like,
so I got it.
Go ahead. Just go full screen. Yeah. So if you let's look at that thing full screen. So you can see that it's got like a bunch of followers in the corner watching, right? And it uses an AI so that as it's receiving the audio of it's like using like ChatGPT to understand the context of what's happening around you, and it's making people comment as though they are watching it. So it says like, "Wow, she's so cute," when he starts talking about the girl he's with and stuff. And it's basically convincing her that he's like a viable sexual partner because, whoa, look at that. He just made $20 in 10 seconds. $10 came in. Whoa, he makes so much money. Whoa, he's so popular and rich and successful. Look at the bedroom eyes. Yeah, so this is the astronaut grift, right? Like, it's that easy to fool women, apparently.
So, there is a sorry, it's 3 a.m.
Unethical life hacks.
Yeah. You don't want to
read your mind.
You don't want to do that. There is a downside, a potential downside. There was a video from abroad in Japan, if you know the channel, who was walking around, I guess, Tokyo, somewhere in Japan, with a bunch of people, and they were trying to explain to this girl on the street that they were YouTubers, and one of the people he was walking with at a certain point just got fed up, and because the language barrier, I guess he didn't know how to speak Japanese, I don't know, and at one point he just said, "Mr. Beast," and then she's like, "You're Mr. Beast?" Oh no, and she starts freaking out, and she's like, "Oh, it's Mr. Beast." She starts filming herself like, "Oh, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast." And then that starts bringing a crowd in, and so a bunch of people start coming over, and "Oh, it's Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast." And then at one point, I didn't watch the whole video, but at one point there was a couple guys, and
did he at least look a little bit like Mr. Beast?
He was white.
Good enough. They can't tell.
At one point, he gave his scarf to someone, or they wanted. I don't know if he took it. I didn't even see him take it off. But anyway, one of the guys had the scarf in his hands at one point, and he asks for it back, and the guy looks at him and says, "Mr. Beast," and like with a concerned look on his face, like, "Mr. Beast," and he points to the thing, and the guy's like, "Oh, fine, keep it." So the guy guilted him into giving him the scarf, and then he goes away, and then like 2 seconds later he's like, "Wait a minute, that was an expensive scarf."
Yeah. Look, the point is, if you fly too close to the sun, instead of getting laid, you lose your scarf. Okay. All I'm saying is, apparently it's easy to trick women. You can even do it from the International Space Station, or at least pretending to be there. All right, let's talk about a teen Brit who got a USB cable stuck inside his penis in a bizarre sexual experiment. What are the chats? I see there's a chat. Yeah, you can ask me odd questions. We're talking about a teen Brit with a USB cable stuck in his penis, so I don't think it could get that much weirder, bro. So a 15-year-old British boy wanted to find out how big his penis was inside. Wow. I'll be honest, I don't have X-ray vision, but I could guesstimate a pretty good amount based on seeing the outside of a penis, how big the inside probably is. So he decided to use a USB
He got
cable.
Taylor's face in there.
It's like a freaking a TARDIS inside. So he decided to use a USB cable in order to measure it. It really did not end well for him. Yeah. Apparently he's
There's
a
no
wreck
way
in
he
the
actually
MRI.
Probably didn't begin very well either, to be honest.
You think it's a... hold up.
Is the plug on the inside?
Hold up. How? How many plugs are... So this part, he stuck it up his ass, right? That's why it's back there. And then this is the lightning cable. So what the fuck is this part?
Did he maybe just like fold the cable and go just like
you think he stuck it in like folded so
Center.
that it was like this? You think he did, he pulled one of these?
Yeah.
And just like, all right, this way I don't fuck myself over. Oh,
Yeah,
it hurts, but it's so good, right? All the way down.
Fuck. I don't understand.
Green Line found another way to find out the internal size of a penis.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't understand. Like, I've had a catheter inside me before. When I went to the hospital, I would never, ever, ever want this. Why the fuck do some people think, I bet I could stick something in there? Like, what has to go through your mind?
Can I ask you a very important question?
Yeah, what's up?
No.
When the catheter came out, did you go, whoa, the inside of my penis is way bigger than I thought?
No.
Okay. So it was about what you guesstimated, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even have that thought. Thank fucking God it's out of there.
Yeah, that was the thought.
So a teenage boy decided to shove a USB cable into his penis to measure the inside of it in a bizarre incident. Doctors were baffled by the actions of the 15-year-old British boy, who arrived at an unnamed hospital admitting to the bizarre use of the common technology item. However, having shoved it into the uncomfortable area, it quickly became apparent that something was wrong as the cable got stuck inside him. Okay, hold on. So we were looking at
He
this.
was never apparent again.
We were looking at this and trying to figure out what was happening. Here's a... Okay, so yeah, he did insert it that way. He did loop it in. This man had a period. Like, oh man.
Boy, his boy.
To make matters worse, the cable became tangled and knotted. The case was studied by doctors around the world. No, shared on Facebook for a laugh amongst doctor groups, maybe. And a new report into the 2021 incident has been released on Science Direct. No.
Oh, they're kind of.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh my God.
Science Direct. What, do you have other articles that mention Science Direct? The doctors wrote, the two distal ports of the USB wire were found to be protruding from the external urethral meatus. Urethral meatus. God, why is this part of the podcast the best? The two distal ports, like the doctors are writing like the most scientific words possible. The two distal ports of the universal serial bay wire were found to be protruding from the external urethral meatus, whilst the middle part of the knotted wire remained within the urethra. The patient was an otherwise fit and healthy adolescent boy with no history of mental health disorders. Because that's the only sane reasoning behind it. A longitudinal pinoscrotal incision over the palpable foreign body was made, and careful dissection was undertaken through deeper tissues, splitting the bulbospongius muscle. Wow. Both ends of the
Base
wire.
dick.
Both ends of the wire were pulled out successfully through the external urethral meatus. When in conversation with the mother, it turned out the boy had been using the cable as a means of sexual experimentation. Initially, doctors failed in their first attempt to get the cable. What do you think they... You think they cut it and then like, oh no, I lost it. It's in him. No, like, fuck. Johnson, what have you done? All right, so let's see. Pooplicker 9000 said, "You're American. Can I ask you something you might find odd? Why do you think USA doesn't seem to see class and default to race? It's about 6 extra inches inside for the record." Wow, that's a... Thank you, Pooplicker 9000. Listen, babe, I'm not average. I'm 12 inches if you count the inside. Like, oh, God. I think he was trying sounding, but failed. Sounding is a big thing. Is it? He was cabling, though. So why do I think the USA doesn't seem to see class and defaults to race? I think that the reason for that is that what actually it is it is a controlled opposition deflection to view things as race instead of class, so that the races fight amongst themselves instead of against, the classes. Like it's a way to protect those in the class by pretending that Barack Obama is the same as the poor family in the hood, when clearly he's not. Right? Clearly Oprah Winfrey ain't the same. The doctors used a metal rod in a strange and painful sounding method of fishing it out, but the knotting proved this to be impossible. In school, when they teach you sex education, I propose that there would be greater value than just teaching kids. Because I think what ends up happening is they're like, listen, man, you understand, if you don't wear a condom, you get a girl pregnant and ruin your life. Or worse, you get AIDS and die. And they're like, oh, fuck. I'm going to get a condom. I'll wear a condom. That'll do it. But the part they don't show you is the
You should have put a condom around that cord.
The scared straight segment where they show, let's look at little Timmy in the UK who wanted to find out the inside depth of his penis and shoved a cable in it. They were unsuccessful pulling it out the first time, which included making an incision behind the scrotum and shoving a metal rod up there. Like that's the thing that these kids need to hear in their sex ed class, because the only thing they take away is, all right, I'm okay, is I just got to use a condom, right? Like, no, young Timmy, believe it or not, because you're not getting laid, you need to see the second tape, which is don't stick things in your dick. So it says here, but in a sobering finale to the strange saga, the doctors had to cut up the section between the genitalia and the anus so they could get the cable from underneath.
Not the gooch.
I like the idea that the scared straight video is like overdubbed by the principal to really get them. Upon being unable to use the metal rod, they had to enter through the anus. Right? This was a success for the doctors anyway. The boy made a full recovery. The report added, sexual experimentation and gratification, as well as underlying mental disorders, are considered the main causes of retained foreign bodies in the urethra and bladder.
Just throw them under the bus there.
What's up? Mental
Just
disorders?
throw them under the bus with the mental disabilities thing.
They said he had no history of mental disorders.
This is just the first case of many to come.
Management varies depending on the shape and size of the object and the mechanism of insertion. Wow. I hope you're not done with penis articles, because a man with a
I
1-inch
am.
penis
Hold
opens
on,
up about
before you-
life with
No,
a micro.
Stop reading. Stop reading. I'm going to bed.
All right.
Talk to you guys later. Read
Hit a
the
little-
title again.
It hit a little too close to homo. Man with a 1-inch penis opens up about life with a micro penis. That man is Random 11. Who looks like Tom Segura from the front, but not from the side. Ant
Randy
Smith.
Penis Tom.
His parents named him Ant?
Oof.
That's cruel.
Ant-Man's real.
Ant Smith revealed that he has been ridiculed over his small penis, but is now
Oh my God. What is penis for ants?
over his small penis, but is now encouraging people to be happy with their endowment. A man who was born with a micro penis has opened up about how this has affected his life. By the way, thank you, Mirage Leonardo, for the penis articles. Thank you for exceeding our quota tonight. Thank you. Poet, of course. Poet Ant Smith. He's thinking to myself, look, man, I'm never going to get laid. I can't play sports. My dick is an inch long. I need to woo the ladies with my words. I'll become a poet. Poet Ant Smith revealed that he has suffered from low self-esteem as well as abuse because of his small penis. But Ant said he has since learned to accept it. In an appearance on UK Breakfast Show this morning, Ant told how his penis is 1 inch in size and 4 inches long when erect. What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh my God! He's longer than Koreans. This man went on TV to tell people it's okay to be small. I've been abused, yes, but I accept it. Meanwhile, he's bigger than the national average in Korea. Erect. Nobody thinks you're going to be like 8 inches when you're flaccid. Jesus. This man has bought into the propaganda. This means it is classed as micro, as the UK average is about 5.6 inches. This blows my fucking mind. The definition of micro penis is 4 inches or less or whatever. It's an epidemic on planet Earth if that's the case. During his appearance, the program provided 2 cardboard cutouts, which had illustrative parts to show just how small things are down there. Opening up, Ant said he doesn't think that he doesn't like using the... Said he doesn't think that he doesn't like using the term micropenis. So what they phrased it weird for the way he phrased it, which would have been, I don't think I like using the term micropenis. That's probably how he actually phrased it. He said, if you say that small is less than average, that is half of all men. I think men certainly exaggerate about the size of their penises, rounding up. Did you round up to 4? Because that would explain it. I wouldn't use the term micropenis myself. It's a very specific medical term, and I don't think it's particularly helpful. It is really a means of labeling people. It is an attempt to categorize people when we are all different. Describing his experiences, he said, growing up, it was considerable embarrassment to me. At about 3.5 inches, it wasn't so small, but seemed so much smaller than everyone else's. I was teased at school, and it made me... What's up?
You're examining everyone's erect dick in the locker room, like comparing it. I was like, what the fuck?
I was teased at school, and it made me so self-conscious that I didn't have sex until I was 21. I would get embarrassed if the condom slipped off, as my penis was too small to keep it on. Oh, no. He took the sex education class and it's like, there was no one there for me, for my unique problems. That's probably the voice he has, right? Somehow, the size of your penis has become linked to how much of a man you are. Somehow, yeah. Which is nonsense. My wife assured me the size made no difference.
He says while putting a gold star sticker on his shirt.
All right. Ant went on to say that despite some early problems, he doesn't have issues anymore. He said, I just married a Korean. Wait, what? I use a lot more than that part of my anatomy in my relationship with my beautiful wife. She has always been quite proud of things I write and publish about the issue, as I am just trying to make the world a bit better. Maybe she just has like a humiliation fetish. You ever think of that? Maybe she likes it when you're emasculated. The poet also decided to spread awareness of the stigma surrounding having a small penis. He said, quote, I spent years and years thinking I was the only one with this problem, and by keeping quiet, I wasn't letting anyone else with the same problem realize you are never really alone. You know, there are some problems you just kind of want to be alone on, though. Let's be honest. I don't want to go to a support group and hug other men with tiny penises and cry on their shoulder and tell them it's okay. You know, like, that sounds awful. All right, let's talk about Andy Manikis, a man who broke his penis and blogged his way back to health. Quote, it blew up like a Coke can.
Whoa. Oh, that's a nightmare.
Yeah. The nightmare is the porno mustache and the maybe it's a mullet that just got out of hand hair. Like somehow the man ponytail thing going on he's got is somehow worse than a mullet, right? Am I wrong? He's got a very Kyle Rittenhouse mouth, too. A Brisbane man has found a unique way to keep himself busy while recovering from a severe injury to his penis. Wait, did he stick a charging cable in it? Adam Manikis, 35.
Coke and Mentos down.
An adult performer better known as The Apollo Show, which I read the first time as Apollo Snow and was very confused about what happened to Apollo Snow, was hospitalized after having an accident while filming last month. The 35-year-old suffered a blood clot in his manhood, which blew up like a Coke can following the incident. After doctors told him to abstain from any form of sexual activity for 30 days, Manikis has been regularly updating followers on how he's dealing with his unique condition in a now popular blog. At the time, I didn't even think it was hurt that bad. I thought it was just bruised or something. But then the next day, it blew up like a Coke can. It was so swollen. I was actually terrified. Calling his Instagram post The Flaccid 30, Manikis has uploaded 18 blogs so far and has shared intimate details about his recovery. Day 18 of The Flaccid 30. I'm starting to lose my marbles, he said in a video share on Monday. My big swollen marbles. So how's it going? My energy's been through the roof, which means I've been training really well, super productive. But my libido is at an all-time high. Elsewhere in the video, he said his penis was almost back to normal, which is a huge relief. I'm still going to play it safe and take the entire 30 days. So I've still got 12 more days. Who wants a piece of this when I'm done? Throughout his ordeal, Manikis has shared how his lack of sexual activity has allowed him to put energy into other tasks. I'm a task-making machine, he boasted in one post. Meanwhile, Manikis revealed to Daily Mail he has used his downtime to launch a male enhancement and cognitive support supplement called Come again? Blackwave? Blockwave? Big... Let's learn about how a penis fractures. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I disagree. India does the same and much more defined there. I'm trying to think of the most favorable interpretation of what that means. If you bend it like Beckham, you'll try stuff like this. I used to put pencils up my ass. Thanks for sharing, Poop Liquor 9000. It's got to be 6, 5 plus, or no one cares. Wow. Wow. I hope somebody tells Aunt Smith that Poop Liquor's unimpressed. So how does a penis fracture? A penile fracture occurs when the appendage is subject to a sharp, blunt force trauma, which can occur during vigorous intercourse or masturbation. It's funny. I think we've read this entire blurb before in an article, maybe even just one podcast ago. Since 1924, 1,600 cases have been recorded worldwide. Worldwide? It's been 100 years.
There's a lot of people not telling.
Yeah, these people are just hoping it goes back down. Roughly 16 instances per year. Jeez. Researchers noted that in 50% of cases, a gruesome cracking sound can be heard. 4 in 5 male victims lost their erection. Oh no, permanently? Like, did it break? Did it crack and then just, oh no, I'm flaccid? Or was it crack and now I can't get erect again? So when you see the videos of the guy humping the tree in Central Park, really think to yourself, even if I don't mind the splinters, maybe this ain't for me. You know, like, researchers noted that 50% of cases, 4 in 5 male victims lost their erection. Damn. 1 in 5 are alpha chads who stay erect through the whole ordeal.
Who actually just go ahead and finish anyway.
Those who have already been traumatized from breaking their penis are often left with erectile dysfunction problems and a lifetime of painful sex. A report in 2017 revealed a man from southern China who was left in agony after breaking his penis during sex with his wife. That was relevant. Thanks. Doctors found that his penis was at an odd angle and was in a swollen shape that made it look like an eggplant. Oh. He was diagnosed with a penile fracture after tearing a sponge-like erectile tissue called corpora cavernosa. Is that within the urethral meatus? Like, blood flows into corpora cavernosa that runs along the penis and makes it hard during an erection. Huh. The trick to stopping penile injuries is to thrust. Is to thrust quite shallowly, according to sex expert Tracy Cox. But what if you're Aunt Smith? The full 4.5 inches count. Holding your partner close to you using a grinding rather than a thrusting motion will also reduce the risk. Huh. That's it. Wow, that was a very unsettling end. Great. Wow. Much wow. Sorry to hear about Random 11's micropenis. All right. There you go. It has been 5.5 hours. If we had a watch club, that would be the perfect length for the podcast, I think. But alas, we only had Gamergate. Anyway, so we're continuing to watch Dungeon of Black Company. I've only gotten through like 1 episode. I did not expect there to be so many ladies in it as this image has revealed to me. I've only gotten to Lolly Dragon Waifu Girl. If you're biggest in the locker room, I think something's going on. I broke my dick after going to Legends. R.I.P. Poop Licker's dick.
Legends Bar and Grill? How'd that work?
Aren't you the bottom? Weren't you talking about pencils in your ass? Like, were you one of the vigorous masturbation sessions? But only for 45 minutes. Okay. Wow. Okay. Good night, old man. Anyway, yeah, I got work in the morning. Catch you guys later. Play me out, big boy. Where's the browser? There we go. Good night. I'm sure that played.